Okay. Good evening, everyone. It looks like most people have found their seats. If everybody could get their seat, and we'll start the meeting here very shortly. I'd like to ask that as you're here, which I'm very happy everybody's here. This is great. We're back together a little bit. This is awesome. And thank you for coming tonight. I would like to remind those of you that are carrying signs that you want seen, please keep them down if you're in the front row so the people in back can see us all speaking and doing our thing. So just try to be considerate of those behind you. We have a lot here tonight. A lot of folks will be speaking. Please keep everything mature. This is Simi Valley. We know how to be mature and share our views without showing too much passion and calling each other names. So please do not do that. And once again, thank you for being here, and I'll call the meeting to order. Do we have a closed session report?
There's nothing to report.
Thank you. Hey, tonight we have a special guest that I'm going to ask to lead us in the pledge. His name is Jeff Pike. He's our new Simi Valley Fire Chief. Also, Jeff is homegrown. He's from right here in Simi Valley, went to school here, went to Simi Valley High, if you know what I mean, Dee Dee.
The wrong school.
And it's a pleasure having you, Jeff, and welcome home. And hope the fire season doesn't keep you too busy. And please lead us.
This meeting is being recorded.
Please lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Chief. Okay, roll call, please.
Okay. Councilmember Litster,
Here.
Councilmember Luevanos,
Here.
Councilmember Judge,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Kavanaugh,
Here.
Mayor Mashburn.
Here. Okay, time for the agenda review. Is there any items need change or updates?
Mr. Mayor, we have a special presentation from Simi Valley Hospital on behalf of the Simi Valley Police Department honoring their 50th anniversary. Jennifer Swenson, president of the hospital, was going to make that presentation. Unfortunately, she is not feeling well and will not be able to make it tonight, so we will continue that for a future meeting.
Okay, thank you.
I move that all resolutions and ordinances presented tonight be read in title only and all further reading be waived.
A second?
Motion and second, call for the vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, if any member of the city council may have a conflict of interest or any reason why that member must abstain from the consideration of any matter on this agenda, he or she should so declare at this time. Do we have any? Seeing none, we'll move forward.
Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, there are no items under certificates, honorary resolutions, and proclamations. Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, There are no public statements on appointments, special presentations, and informational reports.
There is one. In the box.
We do have one.
Okay.
Bruce Boyer.
Good evening. I'm Bruce Boyer, candidate for sheriff and resident of Chatsworth Lake Manor. As to the special presentation, these things are all nice and well and good. But for all these people to be told that they can't make public comments until all the hearings are concluded, these people have things to do. The Brown Act says that the City Council and all legislative bodies for public meetings will provide for public comment for the public to weigh in. Now, I've had words and letters to the city attorney of this city council for years that you are violating the Brown Act. I've spoken at a few city council meetings. Only one city council meeting in the 5 counties I've spoken in limits public comment to once. Every other city council meeting gives public comment to every agenda item, but not in Simi Valley. I can make comment to a presentation, but not to the other agenda items. None of these people can. Why don't you follow the law and the Brown Act and allow public comment on all agenda items? Why do you kick public comment to the end instead of the beginning so people can come and make their public comments? Oh, it's a wonderful presentation about a recycling program. I think a lot of people in this room have something to say tonight other than that. So take that into consideration, would you? And obey the law and allow people to make their public comments on all of the agenda items.
We have RT and Kathy here from Tower Cycle as well.
I'm sorry, we're going
We're
somewhere
ready to
else.
start when you are. So just give us your cue and we'll get going.
Should I continue or wait?
You can continue.
Okay.
Your time's up. Not really.
Keith, I ain't gonna argue with you. I'm just going, I went to a public school too, and I can look at the time, so there we are. Okay.
No, please go ahead.
I know it's amazing I can't after a public school education, but the other part of my public comment is this. For those of you that know.
Mr. Boer,
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that you stay on focus.
I am, sir.
On appointments, special presentations.
I am trying to.
Hang on, Mr.
I
Boer.
understand the rules, if you'll just let me.
Actually, I would ask that you give me the same courtesy and let me finish. I was gonna
Okay,
say,
it's your time.
please focus on statements and appointments, special presentations, and informational reports, and stay on topic. I would appreciate that.
Absolutely.
you,
Okay,
Mr.
I'll
Moore.
reserve my time back. So, for those of you that are not familiar with me, yeah, I've been suing the nice city of Simi Valley because the naughty boys and girls are breaking the law. So maybe we're going to see an agenda item where you can explain to the people why it is a misdemeanor to display an American flag on a bicycle. Okay, Ruth, if you want to display a Mexican flag on a bicycle, I defend your right to do that, but the city of Simi Valley says that'd be a misdemeanor.
Mr. Boyer,
So,
I asked you to stay on topic, and you're off topic again.
well, I do wander, but I'm trying to come back. So, therefore, while many of these agenda items are very relevant, including this presentation, why don't you do an agenda item to talk about the lawsuits? How about that one? So these people can know, and you can tell them, oh, Bruce is wrong, but have that interaction. So thank you for that nice presentation, though.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, next item on the agenda is item 3B1, presentation by Cal Recycle, providing an overview of SB 1383, organic waste reduction requirements, and Joe Deacon is here to introduce the Cal Recycle representative who will make this presentation via Zoom.
Yes, good evening, City Council. I am here to introduce the Cal Recycle representatives, Mr. R.D. Law, the environmental scientist with Cal Recycle, as well as Julia Toloff, and Catherine McDonald are also here to help with that presentation. I first wanted to introduce to you Mr. Wes Yates of our city staff, recently promoted to be the coordinator for solid waste and hazardous waste in the city. This young man, I'm sure you'll be seeing more of him in the future, a young man in our department. And I want to assure the council one other thing, that we are working together with Cal Recycle. Our staff is already working on meeting the compliance requirements set out by SB 1383, and they will be mentioned in Cal Recycle's presentation. We provided them some update to that, but if you have any questions on that, we'll be happy to help. So without further delay, Ms. Lal, would you like to give the presentation?
Arthur, can you hear us?
No, we can't hear anyone.
Sorry, can you hear us now?
Oh, there we go. Yes.
We are ready for you if you can share the presentation.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Can everyone see my screen?
We can.
Okay, great. So good evening, council members and city staff. Thank you for inviting us to present on SB 1383. My name is Arthi Lal, and I'm the city's local assistant and market development liaison. We also have Catherine McDonald, my supervisor, and Julia Dalla from our SB 1383 team. So this presentation today provides a high-level overview of the requirements for compliance with 1383. So why is 1383 important? Organic waste comprises half of California's waste stream. Food waste comprises 13% of the state's disposed waste. This is happening while 1 in 5 children go hungry every night in California. SB 1383 was passed in 2016 as part of California's larger strategy to combat climate change. The law was designed to reduce global warming superpollutants like methane, which is up to 84 times more potent than carbon dioxide. Landfills are one of the largest producers of methane in the state. As we know, when organic material breaks down in the landfill, methane is generated. So we need to move away from landfilling organic waste. SB 1383 is a statewide target that requires California to reduce organic waste disposal by 75% and increase edible food recovery by 20% by 2025. Organic waste is defined broadly in the regulations and includes food waste, paper, cardboard, green waste, organic textiles and carpets, lumber, wood, biosolids, digestates, manure, and sludge. CalRecycle has been collaborating with jurisdictions and other stakeholders over the past 3.5 years to complete the regulations that are final as of November 3rd, 2020. While the regulations take effect in 2022, jurisdictions have to plan now so they can be in compliance by January 1, 2022. There are many benefits. There are many benefits if we successfully implement California's super pollutant reduction strategy, including environmental benefits, such as fighting climate change, improved air quality, and less landfill waste, providing millions of meals to Californians without enough to eat, and creating thousands of new green jobs. Here are some key implementation dates throughout the rulemaking process. The most important dates to note are that the regulations become enforceable January 1, 2022. This means that starting January 1, 2022, jurisdictions must have their programs in place and CalRecycle can begin enforcement actions on jurisdictions and other entities. In 2024, jurisdictions will be required to take enforcement against non-compliant entities. This slide provides a brief overview of the program requirements that jurisdictions will be required to adequately staff and resource. We will cover briefly some of these requirements in the next few slides. Jurisdictions will be required to provide organic waste collection services to all residents and businesses. This is what we refer to as automatically providing service or universal service. The resident or business is automatically provided the service rather than subscribing to it. The regulations standardize container colors across the state to be fully implemented January 1, 2036, and require a jurisdiction to place a label on each new container or lid provided to generators starting 2022. Jurisdictions can issue 3 types of waivers to generators: de minimis, physical space, and collection frequency. The regulations also place requirements on residents and commercial businesses. Jurisdictions must conduct annual education and outreach to all generators. This includes information on methods for the prevention of organic waste generation, recycling organic waste on site, and sending organic waste to community composting. This also includes information regarding programs for the donation of edible food. Jurisdictions must also procure certain levels of recovered organic waste products, such as compost and renewable gas. Each jurisdiction will have a minimum procurement target that is linked to its population. CalRecycle will notify jurisdictions of their target prior to January 1, 2022. There are also requirements to purchase recycled content paper and paper products. Each jurisdiction must plan for adequate capacity for recycling organic waste and edible food recovery. Jurisdictions must monitor compliance and conduct enforcement. Monitoring begins in 2022. Jurisdictions must do an annual compliance review of commercial businesses to make sure they have service. There are also contamination monitoring requirements of the contents of the containers. To reduce reporting, jurisdictions are required to maintain records and keep information in an implementation record. Each jurisdiction is required to report to the department annually. Requirements include adopting an ordinance or enforceable mechanism by January 1, 2022. SB 1383 extends beyond directing waste management and recycling operations and staff. This slide shows that every department within local government will be affected and have a role to play. Each department will need to understand how SB 1383 impacts their work. Jurisdictions should be thinking and planning for the staffing they will need, whether they will task their direct service providers to staff some activities, and whether they will contract with other entities, such as environmental health inspectors or consultants. Jurisdictions are responsible to implement edible food recovery programs in their communities. This includes providing education and outreach, assessing capacity of existing edible food recovery and expanding existing infrastructure if needed, conducting inspections of Tier 1 commercial edible food generators and food recovery organizations and services beginning 2022, and inspections of Tier 2 commercial edible food generators beginning in 2024. SB 1383 related inspections of food recovery organizations and services will be limited to verifying that the record-keeping requirements have been met. Inspections should be at a level to adequately determine compliance with the requirements. Annual inspections of each Tier 1 and Tier 2 commercial edible food generator is not required. Beginning in 2024, jurisdictions must take enforcement action on commercial edible food generators that are out of compliance with the edible food recovery requirements. By January 1, 2022, jurisdictions are required to have an enforcement mechanism or ordinance in place. Between January 2022 and December 2023, jurisdictions need to identify businesses in violation of the regulatory requirements and provide educational material to those generators. Beginning January 2024, jurisdictions must take progressive enforcement action against organic waste generators that are not in compliance. The progressive approach allows for notification to the generator and provides time for the generator to comply before penalties are required to be issued by the jurisdiction. CalRecycle sets a maximum time frame that a jurisdiction has to issue a notice of violation and issue penalties to a generator. The jurisdiction has the flexibility to determine its own enforcement process within these parameters. An early, robust education program will minimize the amount of enforcement action needed. Also, if the jurisdiction is automatically providing service to its residents and commercial businesses, this further minimizes the need for enforcement actions. In the case of entities such as public universities, school districts, federal facilities, which are exempt from local solid waste oversight, CalRecycle will be directly responsible for ensuring compliance. However, jurisdictions are required to provide education and outreach to these entities. CalRecycle will be evaluating a jurisdiction's compliance, for example, verifying that all organic waste generators have service, jurisdictions are providing education, and issuing notice of violation within the correct timeline. CalRecycle will be establishing a process for conducting jurisdiction audits. SB 1383 is a statewide target and not a jurisdiction organic waste diversion target. Unlike AB 939, SB 1383 prohibits a jurisdiction target. Due to this structure, the regulations require a more prescriptive approach and establishes state minimum standards. Jurisdictions will have to demonstrate compliance with each of the prescriptive standards rather than the determination of a good faith effort. Under the regulations, if CalRecycle determines a jurisdiction is violating one or more of the requirements, CalRecycle will provide compliance assistance such as checklists, model tools, and training. Although CalRecycle may begin penalty enforcement on regulated entities starting January 1, 2022, the timeline for the enforcement process is not triggered until CalRecycle issues a notice of violation. Once CalRecycle determines enforcement actions or penalties are necessary, CalRecycle will implement the process outlined in SB 1383. CalRecycle is helping jurisdictions in a number of ways, including publishing 4 model tools, which include the Model Franchise Agreement, Model Ordinance, Model Procurement Policy, and Model Edible Food Recovery Agreement. The R3 Local Jurisdiction Service Rate Study, which provides guidance on setting organics recycling rates, is also available. We also have case studies on jurisdictions that have set rates, funded infrastructure, and educated the public and elected officials. Recently published tools also include a best management practices guidance document for identifying Tier 1 and 2 commercial edible food generators, a procurement calculator tool, organic waste and edible food recovery calculator tools to help with capacity planning requirements, and a survey tool that jurisdictions can use to gather information from food recovery organizations and services about their capacity. To help jurisdictions with maintaining records on site, we are developing a model implementation record-keeping tool. We're also developing a tool for best management practices for conducting route reviews and a series of training videos to help with understanding the regulations. Later this year, we will be releasing department-issued waiver forms for jurisdictions that will apply for a waiver and have a new technology review process and application outlined in Article 2. CalRecycle is working with a contractor on the data research for the statewide education campaign. The focus is using community social-based marketing to drive changes in behavior. In late 2021, we expect to start releasing many tools and trainings for jurisdictions. Our staff can also help individual jurisdictions with the implementation tools. We can identify funding resources for companies that want to site or expand their recycling manufacturing operations, and we can answer your questions about the regulations. If there are other tools that you need, please let us know. The city of Simi Valley is on its way to implementing a program that will meet SB 1383 regulations. The city is continuously collaborating with waste management and planning for future regulatory compliance. Revisions are currently being made to the solid waste ordinance to bring the city in line with SB 1383 requirements. The city has conducted a survey of Tier 1 food facilities and has found that most are actively participating in a food recovery program. The city's existing procurement policy is already dedicated to the use of recycled paper products. Efforts are underway to develop city-specific education and outreach materials. On this slide, you will find my contact information and also the email address for our SLCP inbox. This is a disclaimer slide noting that this presentation is a guidance tool developed as a courtesy for informational and example purposes only. So this brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for your time. And now I would like to open it up to questions.
Does anybody have a question?
I got a question.
Okay, Councilmember Judge.
How much money did the state give the city to implement all of these programs that we're hearing about?
So I can help RT to answer that question. There is no funding in the bill that passed for us to implement these regulations. However, the Senate does have a budget proposal that has significant funding to help implement this program, and that funding, as my understanding, would go directly to jurisdictions. It is a budget proposal, though. It has not been passed or anything, so we definitely recommend that you contact your local council person, not council person, state legislator to advocate that they pass that budget proposal.
Okay, any
Thank
other?
you.
Okay,
Mayor, I had a question, if I may.
Councilmember Luevanos.
Yes, for the model implementation tools that you mentioned, does that include release of liability, cost of refrigerators? You talked about, food recovery agreements and programs. If we're going to stop, putting so much food into our landfills and prevent the extreme climate change we're already dealing with, where does that cost come from? Does that budget proposal, would it include things like that? So I guess there's two questions. One is, do the model implementation tools include release of liability? Because I know in the past, there have been school districts that have wanted to donate food, but they're worried about the liability that if the food goes bad or it's not stored properly, that they would get sued. And so I'd like to know if that's included in the model implementation tools, because it's going to be hard to find entities that want to comply if they're worried about getting sued.
So I don't believe there's any release of liability in the model tool, but there are already many state laws that protect donors who are donating edible food, and we can help provide you those resources. And I know schools, for example, are allowed to have food share programs or like food tables. That's a relatively new law in the past few years, but we'll find some of those resources that we can send your way just to confirm. And then with regards to the Senate budget proposal, I don't have any details about what's specifically in that proposal. Yeah, it is a proposal, so not sure if it'll go through or not, but hopefully it will.
Okay, and
Also, I wanted
to add about the food sharing. You mentioned refrigeration.
Yes.
And just so that I can understand, were you thinking of the refrigeration that is needed for the food recovery organization itself?
Yes, so let's just say that the school district has, 3 cases of milk left over, right? Or some sort of meat, something that needs to be refrigerated, and they want to donate it. So we would have to rely on whoever is the acceptor, right, of that donation. They would have to have sufficient refrigeration facilities to be able to keep that, or, the school would have to keep it until someone could get it to a place where it could be refrigerated, hence the concern with the release of liability. That's why I asked about that issue.
Right. And just to follow up on the liability issue, we do, so there is the Good Samaritan law that I'm sure you're familiar with that does protect schools and other entities from regarding donating their food. And then for refrigeration of trucks, we would have to get a little bit more detail, but there are some grants through Cal Recycle, and those may be available for a program like that. But we would need to have that organization reach out to us so that we could go over the grant program with them.
Okay, and then I have one more request, if I may, Mayor. Can the city manager, whoever, make sure that we all get a copy, all the elected officials get a copy of this presentation? I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilmember Litzner.
I do have one question, if that's all right. Thank you very much. So you referenced the Tier 1 compliance and said that many of our entities are currently compliant, and I'm aware of many of our grocery stores that have already developed relationships with food pantries where their perishable products are donated, and so we have wonderful religious organizations and food pantries that are already doing that voluntarily, and many volunteers participating. Am I to understand that now the city has to oversee that, has to validate that, is that basically what you're telling us, that we have to step in and monitor all that's taking place? Is that accurate?
So there are requirements on the city to do some oversight, to make sure that the food recovery organizations and services have a written contract or agreement with those Tier 1 and Tier 2 commercial edible food generators, because that is a requirement in the regulations. However, that part of the regulations is very flexible, so it's up to the city to determine what your kind of audit or compliance review is going to look like. You don't have to review every food organization and every Tier 1 commercial edible food generator every year. You can kind of target just the big folks to see how they're doing. But there is some oversight required by the city.
And what is the threshold? I'm sorry to interrupt you, but what is the threshold of that? Is every grocery store, is every restaurant, are they in that Tier 1 category based on gross sales? What determines that tier? Whether they had to be monitored by us?
So there's a definition for a Tier 1 and a Tier 2 generator, and we can send you those definitions just so you have them in writing, or we can read them to you right now if you prefer. But there are specific thresholds that have to be met for a grocery store, for example, for a restaurant, for a health food facility. Not everyone under the sun is included, but the biggest generators are definitely included. Oh, thank you, Artie, for bringing that slide up.
Okay, well, I'm sure we'll be finding more information about that threshold. Obviously, there's some concerns.
And we will send that to you. And a lot of it has to do with the square footage of the facility and the type of facility for a hotel, how many rooms, how many beds. So we can send you the precise definitions for those.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councilmember Lou Evanos.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 2 more questions, if I may. The first one is about the health facilities that are in Tier 2. It's defined as having less than 100 beds. So would that include like senior care facilities? If they have a cafeteria and they serve food, then that they would be included if they have fewer than 100 beds. But if they have more than 100 beds, they would be excluded. Is that correct?
I believe so, yeah. So the tier 2, I think, definition, so a health facility, sorry, one second, I'm just looking at our definitions, but I believe a health facility, our definitions refer to other regulations essentially. And so if, say, for example, a senior care center does fall under a health facility, and they meet that 100-bed or more requirement, then yes, technically they would fall into that category.
Okay, I was just curious to know why the cutoff was at 100. I thought that was an interesting random number.
Yeah, we worked a lot with stakeholders to figure out what an appropriate number was for things like that, or even for the seats in a restaurant. And those were the thresholds that came up during the rulemaking process. So it may seem random, but there was thought behind that at some point in the last few years when that was developed.
Okay, and then my last question is, what kind of impact on climate change is food waste having? I already teach this in my classroom, but I'm just curious if you can enlighten as to the purpose of this program.
Sure. Well, the main goal, and I'll just start, and Kathy or RT, you can jump in, is to rescue edible food, right? To feed hungry people in need rather than throwing away that edible food. And also the edible food that is tossed in landfills creates methane, which, as we know, is a greenhouse gas and major contributor to climate change. So those are the two big goals, to kind of, rescue food so people can actually eat it, especially because so many people are living on the streets and go hungry every day, and then to prevent and mitigate climate change.
And the statistic was 1 in 5 Californians are hungry or are food insecure. Is that correct?
I believe that's what's on our slide. Yeah.
Okay.
That's what's
Thank
on
you
our
very much.
site, but we also want to note that that statistic came before COVID. So there's a chance that that has, that statistic has changed.
That it would have gone up or down?
That there would be more insecure families now.
Okay, thank you
So
very much.
maybe 1 in 4, but we don't have that statistic, so I don't want to say that for sure. But I just want you to know that was pre-COVID.
Okay, thank you very much.
And I did, I just did.
Couple questions.
Sure.
First of all, I noticed in the program it indicated that the federal government is exempt. And I find that troubling, because does that mean their facilities don't contribute to climate change?
So actually, just to clarify, so federal facilities are required to comply with the organics recycling. What they're exempt from is the edible food recovery piece. So they don't have to rescue the edible food in their facilities, although we highly encourage it, but they still are supposed to be recycling their organic waste, and CalRecycle would be overseeing the federal facilities.
Who's going to oversee the federal government?
CalRecycle is technically going to
Your
help
on-board
oversee
inspectors
compliance.
will go and inspect those facilities?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
And we do already visit those facilities and work with them on their food
Okay, with the
recovery programs.
Under a federal, does that mean our military bases?
It does, yes. And
Yes.
we've actually done presentations to the Navy and a couple of other federal entities, including the military. So they are aware of these requirements, and they are preparing for them.
They are complying, is that?
They are preparing to be compliant, yes. We've been communicating with them directly throughout
And all
the
those
past year.
records will be, I'm sure, public to the public to see that they are complying.
Yeah, so there is a requirement that CalRecycle has to list non-compliant entities. So like schools, I believe federal facilities and other state agencies on our website, because we can't necessarily find the federal government, but we can present a list on our website of the entities that are not compliant. So that will be public.
Okay. Um, Now, the other question I have, you have some, I would think you've done research and seen what the cost of this program is to the generators such as restaurants and what have you. And is that documentation available to us, or do you have it in report form? Because obviously, when they have to transport or pay to have this organics transported to the landfill, that's going to add additional fees to a person who's trying to operate a restaurant. So do you have that documentation?
We do have documentation of the cost of implementing the regulations. I'm not sure what specificity it goes into, but it is a public document and we can make sure we get that to you.
Okay, one last question. I saw where it talked about hotels of certain sizes. Where can I find the breakdown? Like, I know you can go to some hotels and there's a free breakfast in the morning, or you pay for it through your room, but there's a breakfast, and it's pretty limited. So where's the breakdown that I can find that says, okay, who is a generator and who is not?
Sure. I happen to have that right in front of me because I was looking up the health facility just to verify. So first of all, this is what we are going to send to the city. We will send it to RT, if you could remind me who our contact is.
Wes Yates.
Yes.
Wes,
So so we will send this to Wes, and it is the definition is within the regulation. So we'll also point out where it's located. But just so that you know, hotels, so the regulations refer to hotels with an on-site food facility and 200 or more rooms.
Okay,
And
so
then
I guess
going
what I'm
back-
really asking is, what's the definition of a on-site food facility? When you say that, are you meaning this is where they actually cook and prepare and cut, wash, that type of thing? Or is prepackaged considered a food prep?
So a food facility is actually, the definition refers to the health and safety code. So it's already an existing definition of a food facility. I don't have the health and safety code pulled up right now, but we can definitely make sure to get you that definition. But yeah, some prepackaged food, maybe not at a food facility, but at other entities like a grocery store, that would fall under the requirements and would need to be recovered for edible food.
Okay, thank you. I would just suggest that there's a lot of information if we're going to be the ones out enforcing it. There's a lot of information needed to decipher exactly what in the heck does the state mean by these statements.
Right. And we are meeting with your city representative. RT especially has had many conversations. So we are going over these definitions, and we have also had one fairly, what I would say, significant conference call where we went over all of the dates and the requirements and the definitions with the city. So we are the assistance side of Cal Recycle. And so we will be providing assistance from what we already have been, and we will continue to be providing assistance. So whenever there are questions, Wes especially lets us know, but anyone from the city can contact us.
Okay, well,
we want to make sure
that sounds good.
we want to make sure the city is successful.
My background is the job I performed, I had to do a lot of training before I could go out in the field, and it wasn't a Zoom call. It was, I would travel to places and sit in classes for like a week long, and this certainly has all the appearance of that kind of needed training for a city to send people out to regulate our restaurants and facilities within our city. We need training, and the state ought to provide that training, and it ought to be extensive training, and it ought to be at the cost of the state, not us have to pay the state to go learn how to enforce something that they've come up with. So please take that to whomever and say training is hugely important. I can't, I just can't fathom people being able to get this over a Zoom call. So,
Yeah, we hear you 100%, and training is definitely going to be something we're working on in the next at least year, if not longer. And we've done extensive webinars on various aspects of the regulations, and all of the recordings from those webinars we're going to be posting online as well. So we've done trainings already. There will be much more to come, but yes, we hear you, and we'll definitely make sure that
yeah,
we
I
make that.
appreciate that, and I'm glad to hear you say that, because I could see down the road, there will be, you know, of course you're phasing in, but down the road, these folks will be going out and levying fines against generators who aren't doing things right. And I would certainly hope that they've had the appropriate training to where they're very good at what they do, or what the state wants them to do. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. And we do appreciate your comment. And just to follow up on what Julia mentioned, the webinars and trainings have been extensive. And what I want to share is within those trainings, the cities, they are live. So cities are able to ask their questions. Cities, haulers, representatives are able to ask questions during that. So not only do we answer the questions then, but we also save all of those in the form of an FAQ. So we have that also. And then for the actual residents and business owners, Cal Recycle is going to be doing a huge statewide education campaign, because we know that we've trained the cities, we've been providing webinars and trainings, but we also want to make sure that we're educating the public. So not only will cities and haulers be providing education and outreach, but we will also be doing a public campaign that will start towards the end of this year, so that we can ensure that, as I mentioned, residents, business owners, that they are understanding what it is that they will need to do.
Okay, thank you. And Councilmember Lou Evanos has another question.
Yes, I just want to reiterate, this is something that France has been doing, right? Since 2016 already, they passed a law doing this. And we have countries like Japan, Germany, Spain, and Sweden that also have similar laws. Is that correct? So they've been doing this. This is not something new that California made up to torture cities. This is something that people are doing around the world. Yes, I just want to make sure, because I know that we've been modeling this. I work at a continuation school where we have a community compost bin, and we teach about that because we have an organic garden on campus. So I'm hoping that's a model, you know, for other cities. And I know other schools are doing that as well. So thank you so much for the presentation. Thank you for helping us curb climate change. We're experiencing massive wildfires already across the state of California, and I appreciate the fight to save our climate. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity tonight.
Thank you. Anybody else have any last questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, there are no items this evening under appointments or informational reports. Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, next on the agenda is public hearings. This is a time for testimony on public hearings on the consideration of matters as presented on this agenda. Let the record show that due notice was given as required by law, and an affidavit to this effect is on file in the office of the City Clerk. All comments submitted by email have already been provided to the City Council and will be made part of the record. However, they will not be read by the City Clerk this evening. Speakers will be called on in the order in which their card was submitted, followed by speakers via Zoom who registered by 3:30 p.m. today to speak during this public testimony, item 4, for a period of no more than 5 minutes each. Persons addressing the City Council are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. Comments shall be limited to matters relevant to the item on the agenda and may be ruled out of order if comments are unrelated to the item. The reports of the city staff relating to these matters shall be made part of the record of this meeting. If you challenge in court any of the City Council decisions made here tonight, you may be limited to raising only those issues you or someone else raised at this public hearing. The time within which judicial review must be sought is governed by California Code of Civil Procedure, Section 1094-6. A public hearing to consider a general plan amendment pre-screening review, GPPS-2021-001, Runkle Canyon LLC, a request to amend the land use element of the general plan to change the land use designation from residential estate to moderate density for the subdivision of 25 existing estate lots, and construct age-qualified, one-story, single-family residence within and outside the Runkle Canyon Woodlands project located at the south terminus of Sequoia Avenue, Redwood Grove Court, and Talbot Avenue, and on Comet Avenue, Cobbler Hill Court, Hazelnut Court, High Point Court, and Watson Court. And Jennifer Santos is here for this presentation.
We're getting the screen share put together, so one moment.
Can everybody
Interrupt you for just a second. I want to tell everybody in the audience that you will have an opportunity to speak, but we're following a guideline, and there will be several steps, but obviously it's written down. The public will have an opportunity to speak, and you'll have that time. So it sometimes seems like it's going a long time before you get to, but we will get to you. We will hear you tonight. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Can you see my screen on Zoom?
Before we get started, are there any ex parte communications to report?
Some time ago, they approached and shared
Okay, so
on a Zoom call.
you've
Yes.
met with the developer
One of the representatives to
Okay.
explain what they envisioned.
and Councilmember Judge? You haven't met with them? Okay. Councilmember Luevanos, have you met with the developer?
No.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Kavanaugh.
Yes, I did on a Zoom
You have,
call.
and I also have met with the developer to hear the plan, I think 2 times. Okay, go ahead, I'm sorry, Sean.
Just Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and City Council members. The applicant, Runkle Canyon LLC, submitted a general plan amendment pre-screening request in February of this year to get the City Council's authorization to proceed with a formal general plan amendment application request. It's important to note that the City Council is not approving a development project tonight. This hearing is to allow the City Council to provide feedback and direction to the applicant on a potential general plan amendment. The applicant is requesting to change the general plan designation for 25 estate lots that are located in these circled areas around this development, from residential estate to moderate density, that were approved by the Runkle Canyon Woodlands development. The City Council is the decision maker in all general plan pre-screening requests. The Runkle Canyon development, also known as a Woodlands community, was approved to include a specific plan that consists of 1,595 acres. The development approval included 461 units that consisted of 298 single-family detached production homes, the 25 estate lots, and 138 attached two-story senior condominiums. The project also contains open space areas, a public park, homeowner association park and gathering areas, and public access to multi-purpose trails, and a senior recreation facility for the senior condominium sites. Most of the 298 detached single-family dwellings have been built, with approximately 23 currently under construction, the last remaining of them under construction. Construction is still pending for the homes that were previously approved for the 25 custom lots and the 138 senior condominiums in the senior facility. This map depicts a group of the estate lots that have been graded. Some of the lots are accessed through the development and through the south terminus of, I got myself out of order here. Are accessed through the south terminus of Sequoia Avenue and Redwood Canyon Grove. And also throughout the site, these are all the estate lots right here. And a number of the estate lots are accessed through outside the development through High Point Court and Cobbler Hill, and also through Common Avenue and Watson Avenue. This aerial depicts one group of the vacant graded estate lots at the terminus of High Point Place Court, which shows the surrounding neighborhood that is not part of the Runkle Canyon development. All the estate lots range from 1 acre to 9 acres and are accessed through the cul-de-sacs that are intended to be occupied for the future custom homes. The current general plan and zoning designations for the 25 lots are residential estate and requires a minimum of size of 1 acre. The applicant is requesting to change this designation for all the lots from a residential estate to moderate density. If authorized to proceed, the applicant would reconfigure the 25 estate lots to create approximately 62 senior one-story single-family residences. It should be noted that the moderate density land use can be achieved in multiple ways based on the lot configurations through the use of common area lots and different maps. However, in-depth analysis would be conducted if authorized to proceed with the submittal of a general plan application. This slide depicts a conceptual layout of the senior site, which is currently graded. If authorized to proceed with the general plan amendment, the applicant would also request a modification to change the approved condominiums into 84 age-qualified single-story senior singles and duplexes. However, changing the housing type for the approved senior housing site does not require a general plan amendment and may be approved separately with a modification of a plan development and a specific plan amendment. The following criteria is required as part of the general plan pre-screening process. The existing residential estate land use designation is to provide a transition from the existing surrounding single-family dwellings that range from medium to moderate densities to a less intensive land use designation. The proposed land use designation of moderate density could be similar to the existing surrounding land uses by providing the single-family homes that would be contained on the graded pads. These changes would also increase the amount of age-qualified housing by 8 units, while the overall density for the Runkle Canyon specific plan would not be increased. However, the applicant's proposal would indeed increase the density to the outlying areas. The senior housing would be decentralized also in these areas, which would not be compatible to the original tenets of the specific plan, which was intended to keep the senior housing centralized within the development to have access to the on-site amenities and the senior recreation facility and hiking trails. By locating the senior housing to the outlying areas, residents would not be in close proximity to these amenities. As the City Council considers the applicant's request, please note that the general plan was established policies to create workforce and housing to coordinate residential development with economic development in an effort to provide housing not only for the general workforce, but also to executives and business owners who couldn't be instrumental in creating and retaining jobs within the city. The intent of the specific plan is to support this type of housing with the creation of the 25 estate lots that could provide these types of opportunities for executive housing to potentially promote and retain existing businesses within the city. Therefore, the proposal would be inconsistent with this policy. It is recommended that the City Council consider whether to authorize the request for further processing as a general plan amendment and with concurrent filing with the applicable entitlement applications. This concludes staff's presentation, and we are available for any questions.
Okay, questions of staff?
I have several, Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Luevanos.
When's the last time we built, these would be single-story family homes and duplexes, is that correct?
For the 25 estate homes, 25 estate lots, they would only be one-story single-family homes.
Okay. Is there a, I know that if you don't have the statistics, that's okay, but I'm hoping you do. What is the need for senior homes? I know that I have a senior mother-in-law who lives at home, and I know that many of her friends look specifically for single-family homes. As you get older, it's harder to go up and down the stairs. Would this fill a need for seniors and our aging residents in the city?
It could potentially, by providing more single-story homes. It does a lot of the developments nowadays are condominiums, two-story condominiums. This would help to provide more of a variety of type of housing for seniors.
Okay, so more diversity of housing. Okay, and my other question is, there is a plan already, in the plan, there is a plan to build senior recreation facilities, so this community was planned with having seniors in mind, right? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so it's not like they're coming out of the blue without having it. So some of these are being shifted from two-story to one-story, is that correct?
That would be the applicant's request.
Okay, so to more be able to meet the needs of seniors who would like single-story homes, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and are any of these units, and I don't know if you can answer this or the developer can, but do you know if any of these units are affordable at all?
At this point, the applicant hasn't proposed that.
Okay, is the applicant here? Will I be able to ask them that question? Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Those are my questions.
Great. Mayor Pro Tem Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've actually watched this grow because I was part of the park dedication there, Runkle Canyon Park. I was on the park board at the time. So I have a fairly good idea of what we're looking at here. So we have 25 custom lots that they want to change and put into senior housing. That's going to go from 25 homes to 138 homes. That's a big difference, correct? I mean, is that what the proposal is?
I think it'll go from 25 to 62.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. The 138 was going to be the attached two-story senior condominiums. That's correct. Sorry, my notes, I didn't understand them. I understand seniors wanting one story, but weren't the condos scheduled to be one-story condominiums? So they were already going to be one stories. There was just going to be two stories of them.
They were stacked.
Okay, they were stacked. Okay, so they're already a one-story unit. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. By changing the estate lots, that's also, in my thought process, it's also going to change a lot of the infrastructure, isn't it? On somebody's note mentioned it, and I thought it was a good good question. The on-site drainage, the water and sewer capabilities of going from one unit to 6 to 12. The driveways are going to be completely need to be redesigned because we've now got one driveway going up to multiple end units, correct?
Correct. Yeah, the design of that would have to be reviewed, and obviously with fire requirements and everything, that would all have to be looked at and required to, if what would need to be upgraded.
Oh, thanks, Jennifer. Let me see. And from what I can find out, these estate lots have never been offered for sale. Is that true?
From what I understand, yes, but the applicant can better answer that question.
Okay, thank you. All right, those are all my questions for now. Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer.
Councilmember Litzner.
Thank you. And I do have a list of questions for the developer, but I know this is time to ask the city questions. And so let me just ask a couple for you, Jennifer. And I know I called earlier just to get some clarification. Right?
Hey, let me clarify. You have a list of questions for the developer? Do you wanna
Later,
wait?
I'm going to ask one that's specific to this city. And
Okay.
then, yes, the developer will be later, I promise.
Because we will have. them
Yes,
up
I
later.
recognize that. Thank you. For the city, it's my understanding that currently it is residential estate lots. One of their letters recommended that maybe they be changed to low-density residential. The request in this pre-screening hearing is for moderate density, which is a bit of a jump, going quite theoretically, going from estate to moderate density. Can you explain why, and you did to me, I think it's important people to understand why, 'cause in my mind, that was just a very large request to go from one to such a bigger density. In essence, you've skipped two, well, not skipped, you've gone from, there's 2 or 3 lower densities. Is that accurate, to say there's low, or is it just 2? There's low density, there's moderate, then medium? Am I?
Well, the way the lots were laid out, that would be residential very low would be the next higher density. However, the lots would have to be a minimum of 20,000 square feet. And some of these lots, we haven't been able to provide that analysis yet because it's just too early in the process. We factored in considering this type of density to allow some flexibility. However, when it would definitely be a combination of different types of densities, but it would range from very to low up to moderate, just depending on how they're clustered and how the lots are laid out.
And I guess one of my concerns was if theoretically this was granted and went forward and then they received moderate density, could they in essence, the property be sold or whatever, and then basically because of our constraints for what moderate density is, it could potentially be more units? Is that possible if this area was determined to be moderate density? Does that make sense?
That's definitely our concern with that moderate density designation, and we pointed out in the staff report that moderate would be a potential cap on the density, and we proposed moderate initially because of the 3 units per 1 lot and the lot configuration, lot sizes. There's so many different scenarios to achieve the project, and it may very well be a much lower overall density, which could fall into a low density range or the very low range.
Could it be the other way? Could it be more than the 62 that they want, for instance? With that, if we were to grant that?
That is a concern we're looking at, and there are a couple tools which could be addressed. Or we've done development agreement amendments to restrict the number of units, conditional zoning, some various factors to cap it at the 62 if that's a concern. But we definitely don't want to over-densify to create the appearance of additional units being approved at a later time.
And the council could tonight put a cap on the number of units that you would allow in your consideration of the pre-screening.
And those would be recorded, correct, Sean? If you put a condition on the number of limits, it would be recorded and it would run with the land.
We would make sure that they're recorded and run with the land. So either through an agreement or some type of other restriction on the property.
Okay. And one more question that Jennifer and I spoke about, and I want just to get on the record. So based on what's currently been approved, this 138 two-story condos, as I understand it, it's restricted to senior development. And so right now they're designed currently with basically 1- and 2-story condos. I asked the question whether or not they're required, for instance, to build elevators for condos, et cetera. And the response I got is that there's a state law that requires, maybe Jennifer, you can explain it better to me, but if they became townhomes, for instance, theoretically, with one bedroom on the bottom, they wouldn't have to deal with elevators. But to keep this current format, if you've got a living residence above, you would have to, by state law, have to have those elevators because of common areas, access, et cetera. Can you maybe explain that a little bit better than what I'm saying right now? I just want to make sure that's on the table.
Yes, under California Civil Code, when you have a senior development and there's multiple levels to housing to access to those housing units and common areas, an elevator is required. However, if they did townhomes and there's a bedroom on the first floor, then an elevator would not be required.
If they chose to, for instance, redesign what's currently the senior pad. Okay, fair enough. Thank you. I just wanted to understand that better. Thank you. That's it for now. Thank you.
Any other questions? I have a question. What's the history of, since that development has been opened? And it seems to me that we moved some senior housing from there, or we sold it basically. Can you give the history? Not date specific, but.
So 82 of the units were supposed to be, I believe it was 82 units were supposed to be set aside as affordable. So there was an affordable agreement put in place. The developer requested to do a development agreement amendment to buy out the affordable agreement to put that funding into our general affordable housing fund. So all the condominiums are now market rate. None of them are affordable.
So the number of units didn't change.
The
It's
number
just
of units,
the affordability
just
went away.
the affordability changed, but the number of
Okay.
units always remain the same.
Okay, so the same structure that was planned originally would be there unless we changed now.
Correct, that would be.
Okay, and what the affordability versus non-affordable?
Right.
Or I shouldn't say non-affordable, but market rate.
Right.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
I had a question, Mayor, if I may.
Sure.
Yes, there was something in the presentation about how this would, the estate lots would fit the needs of, meet the needs of workforce housing in the community. But isn't it true that most of the new jobs that have been brought here by Amazon and other senior care facilities, most of those jobs pay about $15 an hour? So isn't the need for workforce housing for higher density housing that would be more affordable?
Well, then what this, as in a community, the intent is to provide a viable community that has all sorts of different sectors of housing, including executive housing. And that was a part of this development of the specific plan, was to help support having that type of housing within the community, as we also go through our requirements in development and providing affordable housing to make sure that there is a balanced community and providing a variety of housing types and opportunities for different residents.
I'm just trying to match the housing that we're building to the residents that we have, because I know we have a lot of, we do have estates. I'm just curious, is there a shortage of estate lots in the city of Simi Valley to match the workforce that we have had in the past, I don't know, 2 or 3 years?
Well, there's only a couple developments that have estate lots, like the Big Sky development. They had 42 estate lots provided, and only 4 are remaining that are not developed yet. And so this was another development to provide an opportunity for custom homes or estate lots.
Okay. I'll reserve my other questions for the developer. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, with the
I
applicant.
just have one question.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Was the age requirement different before we got rid of the affordable agreement?
Correct. It was originally at 62, and then it lowered it down to 55.
So I'm sorry, you're saying it's already 55? That's the current?
Yes, the condominiums are 55 and over.
Okay, because I thought that was a part of the request of this particular
So from
motion.
what I understand, the applicant would also provide it for 55 and over as part of their proposal.
Okay, would the applicant like to speak?
Just waiting for my presentation to be loaded.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll take this moment to advise you that we up here have iPads and our agendas on there, but this is a public hearing, and the public hearing is such that we cannot be communicating with people on the outside, or we're in violation of the Brown Act. Because public hearing, you come here to hear us, you want to know everything we're saying, and not something that we're talking to somebody else. So you'll see us look down. We're looking at the agenda and the staff report. So I just want to remind you that that's what we're up to. Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, I'll ask the staff in the back office if they could see the new screen, if they could respond.
No, we can't see it.
Yes, we can.
What? That screen is not on our screen.
Yeah.
Perfect. May I begin? Yes?
Wait a minute.
Sure.
I think we're trying to do visual.
So Narn, can you see the Woodlands community slide on your screen?
Yes, I can see it on the Zoom screen.
Okay, thank you. All right, so the PowerPoint is on the big screen.
I guess in the interest of time, let's go ahead and, sorry that we don't have it up here, but I think we're all capable of looking at the screen.
Sure. Well, good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of City Council. My name is Hagai Masler with Runkle Canyon LLC. First, I want to thank city staff. We've worked together on this project for almost a year now, and I'm very happy to be able to get to this point and present a path forward to complete the Woodlands community. Next slide. So Runkle Canyon LLC is a 50-50 joint venture between KB Home and Lennar, two of the nation's largest home builders. Between the two companies, we have more than 100 years of shared home building experience. I'm very happy to say that not just in Runkle Canyon, but both KB and Lennar have enjoyed a very successful and ongoing relationship with the city of Simi Valley through various projects. Also, both KB Home and Lennar are both publicly traded. You can go to our website and look at all of our financial documents. We have 100% transparency in everything we do. Next slide. As Ms. Santos put so well, in 2004, the Runkle Canyon Specific Plan came into effect with various residential densities across the overall project. Majority of it, as you see in green, became open space, but 298 single-family homes were designated where it's orange and a little bit in burnt orange. 138 stacked flats in the gray senior site. And at that senior site is where the senior recreation facility is with a parking lot. And then surrounding the community and at the southern tip are 25 estate lots. Along with the specific plan, and along with the homes, there was also public and private parks to amenitize the neighborhood, and additionally, significant amount of infrastructure that was put in through Ventura County Watershed to make sure that this community would need all, to be able to get all the infrastructure needed to be able to be a thriving community. Next slide. So as of today, all 298 single-family homes have been sold. By the end of this year, all 298 homes are going to be closed, and they're going to be in the hands of new Simi Valley residents. That was a great project that we were able to bring. It's a beautiful community. But if you've driven the community and you drive through the center, you see in the red area the senior site. In the senior site, currently it's graded. Facilities are in, the streets are in, sewer, water, storm drain, all those facilities are currently have been graded and are in the middle of the community. The blue areas are showing the estate lots. Those also have already been graded, and as part of our proposal, we are looking to not do any additional grading or any additional changes to the way that the pads are currently set up. I can't, oh, sorry, can you go back one slide? I can tell you this, as a publicly traded home builder, we don't like to sit on land. That's not what we do, that's not our business model. It is our goal always to move forward and get new communities built and new homes built. And the reason we haven't been able to move forward with these two aspects of the specific plan is as they are designed today, they are currently not marketable or meeting current buyer expectations. So next slide. So to go back to the 2004 specific plan, the specific plan requires 30% of the units to be dedicated for seniors or age qualified. I use those two terms interchangeably. But 17 years ago, when the senior buildings were developed, they were developed as two-story stacked flats with shared elevators and lobby areas. And the homes are really designed like apartments. They're small, they're 900 square feet, they're one bedroom, one bath. They're really not appropriate for the new age-qualified and senior buyers that we've seen come to the market. And yes, there are elevators, but if you buy a condo on the second floor, you do have to carry your groceries up to that second floor. We've seen that seniors have been increasingly interested in more private living spaces, and of course, the number one factor that we've seen in our market demographics is seniors want a single-story home. And in the past 17 years, I will say that the demand and the popularity of age-qualified homes has massively increased and has changed. And if we have followed the change in the popularity of senior homes, we need at this point to update the senior facility to meet market demand. And like Ms. Santos said, all the changes we're proposing to the senior site do not require a general plan amendment. And they will have to come back at a later time to present a specific plan change. And again, one of our main goals, one of our main objectives is to do no land development changes to the existing community. As you can see, the senior center is currently graded and has streets in, and we knew that we weren't able to come in here with big earth-moving equipment and start changing everything. We know the Woodlands community is a thriving, existing community, and we worked very hard to make sure that we were proposing a new site plan and a new type of housing typology that could fit on the existing layout. Next slide. So the current plan, as entitled, is 138 stacked flats. They're two-story buildings. The fourplex, sixplex, and eightplex buildings, so they're very, very large. And they're all Tuscan elevations across all 138 stacked flats with elevators and common open space. This is what it currently looks like. Our goal, next slide, is to maintain the exact same layout, the exact same streets, exact same graded pads, and now propose 84 senior homes. There are 37 duplex buildings for 74 duplex units, and then 10 single-story buildings. And as you can see, it maintains the same layout, and the rec center is currently there. Next slide. Additionally, we are able to vary the elevations. Before we had just Tuscan. Now we are introducing a Spanish elevation, a French elevation to go along with a Tuscan elevation to make sure we have architectural interest across the entire senior facility. And these elevations, that's fine, these elevations match the Woodlands community as it's currently designed. Next slide. So this is actually a photograph that we took of the senior center. Those homes you see on top of the hills are built homes, and we're able to render what the duplex would look like. So as you see, there's an entrance on one side of this home. You can mirror, you can imagine on the other side of the home, there's also another entrance, and there are two garages with one shared wall going down the center. The changes you see here, like I said, are allowed under the general plan, and we would be lowering the density of the senior site from 138 units to 84 units. We have to also understand there are many different factors and many different groups that are involved in the Runkle Canyon community. Not just us, but the HOA, the residents that live outside that are not affected by the HOA. And our goal has always been to be at the center and try to help and understand as much as we can about this project and enable for us to move forward. But as it stands today, without the seniors component, without the estate lots, 30% of the homes in the HOA are currently not built, which means the residents of Woodlands are subsidizing for those 30% of homes. They're paying a higher HOA monthly payment than they need to. And there's been a lot of pressure for the developer to finish the community out and get that HOA monthly assessment down to what we call the build-out rate. And we understand and we want to do that as well. Additionally, we have committed to the city to provide needed senior housing. I'll go into those slides a little bit later, and we know that moving this architectural changes forward helps us reach that goal. And, it's time for us to complete the project. We want to complete the project. We no longer want to sit on this land. We want to be able to go in, finish the Woodlands community, and be able to close out of this project. Next slide, thank you. Along with the senior changes, we're also looking to changes on the estate lots. Currently, as circled here, they are residential estate. All together with the new, what we call senior villas, the 62 senior villas that we're putting in, the average density of the project is 1.6 homes per acre. That, if you look at all the acreage on these estate lots versus the homes we're putting in, it's 1.6 units per acre. That equates to what we call very low density. When we initially applied for this GPA pre-screen, we applied as very low density. Working with staff, we've gone back and forth, and right now it's still up in the air. Some of the areas will be very low, some of them will be low, and some of them may be medium density. But the average lot size is 19,000 square feet for these senior villas. If you look at where the circles are, on High Point and Cobbler, those homes already have a moderate density designation. Looking at the homes on Comet, those homes have a medium density designation. So the changes that we're proposing to begin the process tonight is not too far away from what the community currently enjoys. Next slide. The way we propose to do that is, as you can see, the black boxes represent one estate lot. The grading, the streets are not going to change. The main street that reaches these homes are the main streets that we propose for the estate lots. Well, we are looking to put 1,600 to 1,800 square foot units on the lots. Some of them have two villas per lot, some of them have three, some of them just have one. And the reason we have this kind of unique format is we're not trying to touch the grading. We're trying to keep the grading as is, and we're trying to really work hard to make a viable senior home exist without having to regrade these lots. Next slide. For the villas, the floor plans come with a standard 2 bedrooms with an optional 3rd bedroom. In our experience, in our market research, these are most likely used for a couple, 2 seniors, or a single person living by themselves. The secondary bedrooms are purposefully small because we know people don't use them for bedrooms. They're used for offices, they're used for nurseries from when grandkids come along, or a playroom from when the grandkids come, or most likely storage. All of the floor plans for all of the community has a two-car side-by-side garage. Next slide. So this is another actual photograph of one of two of the estate lots that were able to render what the senior villas would look like. In this case, we chose the most dense version of what we could find to give this body a sense of what the community would look like. All of the landscaping, as it was previously, will be maintained by the HOA, and the homeowners would just have to maintain the landscaping within their rear yard. The street that's going down right here is the same street that would be going down if an estate lot would be built. Next slide. Here's another image. This is a situation where this was one estate lot located within the Woodlands community that now becomes two estate lots. Next slide. Again, another example of what these senior villas would look like. They're all single story, and we tried very hard to make sure that the architecture was aligned with what currently exists. So what does this all mean? We are now going to have 146 senior units. That's an increase of 8 units for seniors in the project. At the same time, the overall unit count for all of Woodlands reduces by 17 units. Also, we're reducing density and we're reducing height. And it's not very often I get to come on the dais, talk to City Council and say I'm reducing height, reducing density, and also providing the type of housing that the city of Simi Valley needs. Next slide. So these tables come out of your draft now adopted housing element. And I know the council is aware of this, but Simi Valley demographics are changing. The senior population has tripled in the past 30 years of Simi Valley, and seniors living alone has jumped 40% since 2010. At the same time, the city has seen a decrease in the younger population, and single-person households have increased by 20% over the past 10 years. And of course, the average household size in Simi Valley has decreased. Now, the city has done great to provide for rent senior and age-qualified homes. There are thousands of units that the city has provided. But in our research, we have not found any for-sale senior options anywhere in the city. And what we have found is that the seniors who are aging in the city of Simi Valley want to stay, and there's no place for them to move into outside of a resale community, which is why we believe so strongly at this time that these architectural changes are needed. Next slide. Also, I really need to point out that not all housing is the same. Not all housing has the same use and the same intensity. Your traditional single-family detached home has an average of 9.5 car trips per day. An adult or senior detached home, 4.5. If it's attached, it goes down to 3.5. That's because seniors drive less, they have less cars, they do less things, they travel a lot more, they want a lock-and-leave lifestyle where they can leave for the weekend. Also, with the HUD data, we see that 17% of senior owners and senior renters are overpaying for their housing. Now, next slide, your adopted housing element is very clear about this senior demographic shift. The housing element does prioritize density and housing for special needs groups, especially seniors. Additionally, your housing element wants to trend towards smaller house sizes to accommodate the increasing demographic. And oversized homes lead to overpaying for housing and other problems that are targeted by the now adopted plan. And the goal of this proposal, like I said, is to decrease density and decrease height, but also modify a project that was entitled 17 years ago so we can finish out the project and have the HOA fully funded. Next slide. As you can see behind me and have heard, there are neighborhood concerns. We sent out over 700 letters and had multiple community meetings and tried to reach out to as many people as possible because we knew that that neighborhood input was very important.
Please, everyone, hold your comments. You'll have your opportunity.
Additionally, there were 7 meeting notice signs posted all around the Woodlands community that had my name and my cell phone number for anybody to call. So what are the comments that we've heard? Traffic. There's an overall, we believe that the traffic will decrease because there's less units and it's more senior homes, but there's concerns about traffic. There's concerns about parking. And to be honest, the number one concern that we heard are real estate values. The belief that the loss of these estate lots are going to diminish the real estate values for the homes that are located in and around the Woodlands community. And we've tried to show you in our supplemental application that you have in front of you how we're going to address those issues. But this hearing is not a hearing where we give you solutions or we answer problems. This is a pre-screen hearing. This is a hearing where we listen and we strategize with this council and with staff how to approach our formal application and what things we believe need to be studied. The next slide. So again, these are ways that we're going to demonstrate how we're going to try to study some of these concerns. Traffic, that can be studied. You can get a traffic study performed that shows what are the effects of this new community. Next slide. Parking. Again, we believe that we've provided enough parking with 2-car garages. A parking needs study can be implemented to figure out whether or not we're providing enough parking or not. You don't have to take my word for it. We can trust the trained engineers and professionals. And finally, regarding real estate values, as working in home building for 15 years, we have found that any new homes, any new investment increases property values. Smaller homes at a higher price per square foot increases everybody's property value. Small does not necessarily mean bad. And 1,600 to 1,800 square feet homes are the average size of a Simi Valley home, and that's okay. But again, we can work with professional real estate appraisal companies that do this type of work, figure out what the real estate values are and what the proposed effects of this change are. And you don't have to take my word for it or the constituents' word. We trust some professionals for a third-party observation. Next slide. So I want to remind this council, we're not here tonight to make any decisions. We're not agreeing on architecture or site plan or density or design, none of those things. We're presenting a path forward. And we want to complete this project, but we know we need to make some changes to the architecture in order for us to get that path forward. I'm not denying that there are concerns that neighbors have that we will study, but we are not able to study those things. We're not able to answer those questions without your approval tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. This time we're going to take a 10-minute break and we'll come back for the public comments at that point. Come back. Okay, everybody, we'll call the meeting back to order. And at this time, we're going to have the council ask questions of the applicant. Are there any questions? I have. First off is Councilmember Litzner.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Masler, for being here. Appreciate your time asking to answer questions. Let me first begin by understanding, first of all, does KB Homes own all of the estate lots? Is Lennar no longer involved? Is this, I'm just trying to understand the ownership right now.
So the joint venture owns everything, and so we own it 50-50. It's not, the estate lots are owned 50%, not the individual lots, but 50% of the interest is owned by KB. The interest is owned by Lennar.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that understanding. And in some of the correspondence, there were questions about desires to purchase the state laws. And as I understand from what you've shared, all of the planned homes have been built or will be built by the end. Congratulations, that's a milestone, and we appreciate that. But I understand people have offered to purchase those estate lots. Have they been made available for purchase, and why? And if not, why not?
So thank you for that question. I actually wanted to clarify something that staff had reported. The 25 estate lots were packaged together and were marketed through a real estate broker to other builders. And so we have the offering memorandum when those 25 estate lots were put up for sale. And we worked with some builders, but they couldn't make those lots pencil out. Those 25 estate lots were never offered individually to people to purchase them. And there's a good reason for that. When you have 25 lots, you have to understand what the construction of those 25 lots need to look like. When you have one builder building everything, we can stage the project, we can store lumber, materials on one lot while we build the next lot. When you have 25 individual general contractors and 25 framers and 25 stuccoers and 25 plumbers, that is a very difficult construction site to manage. And we knew that if the homeowners were worried about traffic now, the traffic to build the 25 individual lots would be significantly worse. Additionally, when you have 25 individual housing projects, project number 1 runs into financing issues, project number 2 runs into personal issues, then you have projects at different stages of construction. We knew that that would be something that we were trying to avoid. So like I said, we marketed them to other builders to buy all 25 at once, but for those reasons, we never marketed them individually to homeowners.
And I hear what you're saying, but could that be changed? Could you change that model, and could you make the decision to market them to individual buyers? Is there any way that could happen?
That could happen, but it wouldn't be aligned with the proposed changes we're hopefully starting tonight.
I'm hearing you. So let me ask, and I appreciate, we obviously we need senior housing in our community, and I appreciate that you're keeping senior housing, but just some questions about this. In what was designed 14 years ago, et cetera, as I understand, part of the problems with why it's not attractive anymore is people love the one floor, but there was also the cost of elevators, et cetera. Is that accurate? Do you want to speak to that for me?
So that was one factor that we had to look at. The buildings right now, because they're all attached and they're so large, they're very costly to build. Elevators make that even costlier. But it was really the market changes that we've seen over the past decade. Age-qualified units have really become a lot more popular recently. And we see what projects are selling and what projects are not selling. And the main concern that we've heard from our market studies is that traditional, single-family, no stairs anywhere in the house is by far the preferred option.
I understand preferred option, but also there's logistics of the space, but I hear you. Did you, in your evaluation, did you look at the option of, say, townhomes or another, using the same footprint, but finding a way to maybe make them still marketable in a way that was not as costly for you, but kept it in that same central area? Did you explore that option?
Absolutely. We've explored every option. We've worked at the past year to explore all the options. The big changes happen when you reduce height. Anytime you can build up and have that second story for additional units, Anything that you want to make single story, you're going to have to lose
No, I
some
get that. And I
units.
guess here's a question. Maybe I'm biased. My grandmother was 103 and lived 20 steps up to her front door and inside her house 12 steps. And I think that's why she lived to be 103, because she had so many stairs. So I guess my question is, if you had townhomes that were 2 stories, but dedicated to seniors, is that did you look at that? Is that a possibility?
We looked at it and we believe that that's not, we have to remember, these are for sale homes. People are making an investment. It's not an apartment. And so why would somebody, for an age-qualified buyer, a senior buyer, move into a home that had stairs when their number one request is to avoid
So they
the
don't
stairs?
have to go to the gym, but I hear you. Okay.
Well, there is a gym provided too.
No, I get it. I'm trying to be funny. Let me just ask just a few more questions. I want to understand the HOA fees. So if I understand correctly, obviously if you're in the Woodlands area, there are HOA fees. If you were to build this as you envision it, there would be 17 fewer units. So in essence, does that raise the HOA fees for everyone, period?
So excellent question. So the short answer is yes, and the long answer is no. Right now, if the budget doesn't change and we lose 17 units, the homeowners would have to pay $9 more than the build-out rate. They're currently paying more than that now because they have to subsidize. So their monthly payment would go down, but it would be $9 more than what the promised rate was. But since the Woodlands is by the end of this year, will be fully occupied and fully built out, the HOA has the ability to go off the state DRE budget and onto what's called a pro forma budget, where they use actual proposals as opposed to the boilerplate and the setup that the state requires for new communities. Existing communities can go off that budget, and we've worked with the management company and with a landscaper, and it's very likely that we will be able to maintain the same build-out HOA monthly assessment, even losing the 17 units. So at the end of the day, with this pro forma budget, which the HOA would be very smart to go onto, they'll have the same build-out amount as they were going to see today.
Okay. And I guess just one more question, and then there'll be lots of questions and comments. I'll tell you, if this came to us initially looking this way, I mean, it's very attractive, but one of the things I'm wrestling with is my understanding is that all the homeowners purchased with the understanding that these were estate lots. And so I guess my question is, and so I think it's a beautiful design except for that element. Even has that been shared with any of the recent buyers that this was possibly going to be, that you were discussing this? Was that ever made part of the discussion with your current buyers?
So this proposal, the second that we submitted our application to the city, that very same week, we noticed every single person within the Woodlands and everybody that was in a 500-foot radius of all of the cul-de-sacs, which is why we send out the 700 notices to have community meetings. So the second we had a formalized plan is when we informed every single person that we possibly could. Additionally, part of this application process, the same 700 plus labels were provided to the city to notice for this hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Litster asked my first important question is why weren't the lots offered for sale? So I'll skip that one. But I do have a question regarding the senior center area that's already graded, streets are in, everything's ready. Is it going to be cost effective for you to only build single stories in there unless you use all those estate lots? Are you still going to be able to build that?
Can you repeat the question?
Okay. The area you currently have set aside for the senior center, by losing the number of units you're going to a single story, is that particular complex still going to be cost effective to build? Or do you need all those senior housing on all those estate lots in order to make it work?
So that is kind of at the crux of why this new architecture is so difficult. Because not only do we have our financial situation to take care of, but we also have to worry about the HOA. So the easiest path to do is say, change the senior community. That's obviously not a controversial move, and keep the estate lots. The problem is now you're not losing 17 homes in the community, you're losing almost 60. And that's a very difficult amount of potential HOA dues that now the HOA is going to have to manage.
You mean by going from the 138 down to the 84?
Right, and not making the other changes.
But don't they have their own HOA? Isn't that senior area going to have their own HOA?
They pay into both. So the master HOA, which covers the 298 units, will also cover the senior center and the senior villas. Additionally, they pay a separate senior-specific HOA for the access to the facilities and some of the maintenance that would be around the villas, the landscape maintenance.
Okay. Changing HOA fees, if they're minimal, is not as drastic to me as changing an estate lot to a multi-unit lot. So I guess that's kind of where I'm having some hesitation on here. And there was one map that Jennifer showed, Ms. Santos showed, that it showed a majority of estate lots, probably 5 or 6 at the top, that were fed by 2 cul-de-sacs. And I was really concerned about that. I live near a couple of cul-de-sacs, and they all park on my street. Well, it's a public street. Wait a second. It's a public street. Everyone can park wherever they want. But cul-de-sacs tend to not have as much parking. But yes, that one. So those estate lots are only fed by Hazelnut Court and High Point Place. So that's a lot of homes to be at the top, because normally a cul-de-sac only has like 5 in the bubble or something like that. So I really had a concern about the flow of traffic and in case of fire and emergency earthquake to get out of there.
So there are 2 questions there. First of all, regarding traffic, again, as I mentioned in the presentation, we believe the traffic will be diminished. That's something that we can study. Additionally, part of
let's keep order, please.
Part of the application process is we will have to submit our plans through the fire department of Ventura County Fire, and they will have to bless before we can get to any sort of hearing. So these are the things that get studied after a pre-screen application is approved.
Right, I know how that works.
Pardon?
I said I know how a pre-screen works. So yeah, I understand that. But thank you. Those are all my questions.
Councilmember Luevanos.
Thank you, Mayor. You came to us in February of 2019 asking for a 3rd-time extension to the development agreement. Why is that? Were market conditions not correct?
Correct.
Okay, so in that time, because you're saying that this will expire on June 10th, 2022, right? The 3-year extension. So since you were not able to get any builder, right, to purchase the lot of estates, does that mean that the market will not bear building those estates, that they're just not, no one's going to buy those?
Correct.
Okay, and so you went to multiple builders to ask them if they would, hey, do you want to buy these 25 estates? And so they're only going to buy those if they're going to make money. Is that correct?
Correct.
And they're going to look at what the conditions are, whether or not people will buy them. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so the reason why you're asking for this is so I'm assuming that you can finish building by that June 10th, 2022 deadline?
We will most likely, depending on how long this process takes and whether or not, if we get through the pre-screen and if we get to the actual hearing, if we're approved, there may be a development agreement extension as part of the entitlement after the GPA pre-screen is completed.
Okay.
In order for us to complete the community.
And given your, you said 15 years you've been in this industry?
Yes.
Yes? So given your 15 years of experience, does that mean that it is more likely that you will be able to find a builder who will be able to build all of these units at the same time?
Well, if this proposal is approved, we will be building all of these units at the same time.
Okay, and so it would be, kind of like being able to get everything done and build everything, and you wouldn't have to worry about, you mentioned that the concern with the selling them one at a time means that every person who buys those estate homes comes with their own financing, their own crew, possibly 3 or 4 or 5 contractors, one to, do the landscape, build the house, do the framework, do the kitchen, right? All those things. So they would each one of those 25 estates might bring 4 or 5 or 6 contractors. Is that correct?
Correct.
And they would be on all separate timelines.
Correct.
So there would be no control over, when they came and when, contractors came. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so there would be more upheaval, shall we say, within the community with all of those contractors.
Being a publicly traded home builder, I can say unequivocally that we build far more efficiently than if an individual contractor would have to build those 25 homes on their own.
Okay. And that's because they would have the same,
It'd be
basic
one
framework.
framer, one plumber, one stucco, one flooring company. The list goes on and on. There are about 70 trades that end up making one single family home.
Okay. The homes would be, the senior homes, if approved, would be for what age? From what age up?
We would propose 55 and up. It was our understanding that it was currently 62 and up. There was a request for 55 and up, and we would like to honor that request.
Okay. And is it true that if you had seniors that wanted to size down, that would open up the market of the larger single-family homes, like 2-story homes that they can no longer sustain?
Correct.
Okay, and I'm asking you as your expert, you have 15 years of expertise. I can only assume that, because I've heard it from, in my 3 years of being on the dais, many seniors saying they want to size down, they're looking for duplexes. The duplexes that were literally down the street from my house sold like that. They sold so quickly, and they're used. So these are new homes that you're building. Is a home worth more next to a vacant lot or next to a new home?
So, I mean, that's obvious that a home is worth more next to a new home, especially a new home that's built to the latest Title 24 energy efficient standards, a home that's customizable, and it's a home that's built to the latest building code. All of these homes are going to have solar panels as required by Title 24, which you're not going to find on a resale home. So all those factors put together are why we believe even a smaller home doesn't necessarily mean less money. In fact, there's no question that these homes, the price per square foot will be significantly more than the price per square foot of the resale homes that are surrounding the estate lots. And that's why I said we can offer a real estate appraisal study to focus on these things. You don't have to take my word for it, but there are specialized companies that do this type of work. And we will condition our application to provide that sort of a real estate appraisal study.
Okay, and in your experience, those who buy these senior homes for 55 and up, they have less traffic? That's what I saw in the statistics. Is that correct?
Correct. Those statistics were from the International Transportation Engineers Manual. So that's what any sort of traffic engineer would use to come up with their traffic study. I got that from a traffic engineer.
Okay, so what I saw was that senior homes are more likely to be one-car households, and they will have 1-car or 2-car garages. Is that correct?
All 2-car garages, side by side.
So they will have their own 2-car garage, so they'll have room for their car and storage in what is likely to be a 1-car household.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for pointing out, because I had asked for those demographics, so I appreciate you pointing out that our senior population has tripled in Simi Valley. We are an aging city, and that there are a lot of seniors that are looking for this type of housing. I know it's a 1-year wait list right now, so I'm going to ask you if any of these units are affordable at all.
So when the project was initially entitled 17 years ago, as city staff has pointed out, there was a component of the project to be affordable senior homes. An agreement was made between the venture, the LLC, to provide a $3 million in lieu payment and to provide those affordable homes through the city elsewhere, most likely for a for-rent option as opposed to a for-sale option. I don't know where the $3 million went or what it was used for, but it is my understanding that it was used for an affordable project some years ago.
Okay, thank you. And this is all part of the same agreement then? Is that correct?
To answer the constituency, all of the homes we're proposing tonight are market rate.
Okay. And the last question I had is, do you know when You talked about that there's no for sale senior options in the city. Do you know if there's any duplex options? Because I know that's one of the questions I've gotten asked time and time again is, when are we going to build duplexes? So how many of these units would be duplexes? I know it's in the presentation, but if you can just remind me.
74 units, so 37 duplex buildings, 74 duplex units.
Okay, wonderful. And so these would all be single-story with lower height?
Correct.
And thank you for lowering the height so that people can enjoy the view of the hillsides, which is why I believe so many people live in Simi Valley. So those are my questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I've got a couple of questions. Quickly, can you give me just a rough ballpark, the cost of the senior condo unit versus the cost of the single-family dwelling senior unit?
So to answer your question, a cost for the duplex and versus a cost for the villas. So what we're proposing, how much those would cost.
Yeah.
So we are estimating, because there's such a high demand, the duplexes, the senior center units will sell for roughly $750,000, we're estimating. And then the villas will sell for in the 800,000s.
Okay. And if I was to buy the non-existing, the planned two-story condo unit, right? Is that
Correct. By the way, I have to clarify, because we're on the public record, I'm not a real estate agent. I can't tell the future. That is just my estimate right now, so please don't hold me to it. That's happened in the past.
That's fine. That's fine.
Mhm.
But anyway, go back to the apartment or the stacked. What each unit per unit roughly?
So that's a very difficult question to answer, because there really isn't a market for those. There isn't a market for somebody to buy a 900 square foot condo on the second floor. So we would really have to discount those units pretty heavily to make those work. When I say pretty heavily, in the 500,000s most likely.
Okay, so but you don't have a figure in your mind?
Correct.
None.
Because I guess when we look at a home building project, we take a lot of effort to understand the market and do our market research, and we try to align what we're trying to do with the market that's out there, as opposed to trying to create a market that's no longer there.
So would I be right in saying it'd be 500,000?
I would say that's accurate.
Okay, so you have 5 and then up to 8 for the villas.
Correct. Well, 500,000 for the currently entitled architecture.
Okay. Other question. When you sell to your current owners, and as we all know, you get a stack of papers to sign in escrow that are quite high. Was there a notice in there advising them that this could change at any time?
I would need to review, though. I haven't reviewed the specific Runkle Canyon disclosures. And also, you have to understand that I'm a KB employee, and some of those homes were sold by Lennar, which is a different company. I haven't reviewed their disclosures either, so we can look at what the disclosures say and get back to you.
Okay, just curious on that. And then, why didn't KB Homes build the executive houses? The executive lots?
It was very different.
You've answered that, and I apologize if you have, but it was your land, so I would think that you could build it a heck of a lot less than if you sold the land for a profit to a builder that's going to have to up the price.
So even with our fast accelerating real estate market for the past 6 years, those lots never penciled for the amount that we needed them to sell at. We knew that if we took them out to market at the price point that we thought that they needed to sell for, we wouldn't have a market for them. Like I said, home builders do not sit on vacant land. It's almost a cardinal sin in home building to own property, pay property taxes on it, pay the maintenance on it, and not do anything with it. Trust me, if there was a path forward to build those 25 lots, they would be built.
Okay. All right, if there's no more.
One more question.
One more question.
One more quick question. As I understand, part of the biggest concern seems to be the potential depreciation of home values. And you said that you would hire someone independently to review that and to determine whether there would be a difference with building it. Are you willing to compensate? If let's say the independent person comes forward and says, well, it would have been their homes could have sold for $1.2 million. Now they're going to sell for $1.1 million, for instance. people that are next door, and there's a $100,000 disparity because of what was built. And I'm just being hypothetical. Would you be willing, would Lennar or KB be willing to compensate the homeowners that have already purchased based on those findings?
I would say that if we found out that our potential project would undoubtedly lower real estate values in an area.
Not lower, but take it lower than what it might have been. I mean, I agree that whatever you build there probably will not lower their current values, but it maybe doesn't appreciate as much, possibly.
Mm-hmm. So I can say this, as it's a pre-screen, this is something that we can look
Sure.
into.
But I guess the question is, you don't think, is there any possibility of compensation?
At this point, it's difficult to answer that question.
Fair
You know, it's
Yeah.
the first time somebody's asked me that question, so there's a lot of information that have to be studied.
Fair enough, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay, please hold it down. All right, I don't see any more questions, so at
thank
this
you.
time, we're going to go to public comment. You can applause for that last comment, not the rest of it. I almost got myself in trouble there.
We do have several public speakers for this item. I'm going to call 3 at a time so you can prepare. The first speaker is Bob Dene, then Natalie Mayer, followed by Doreen Stoutland.
Thank you. My name is Bob Denny. I've been lived on High Point Place and I've been a resident of Simi Valley since 1962. I'm asking you not to approve the housing plan amendment that is requested. These estate lots were advertised to our community to increase the values of our adjacent homes, and the request to add smaller senior homes will not accomplish that. The City Council has been elected by the residents to do what is best for them and to better their lives. This amendment or change will diminish the quality of life by adding traffic on High Point Place and the other proposed locations. There's only one way in and out where these homes are to be built. The senior homes, as proposed, will not be attractive to seniors because the senior facilities that are available to them are not close by, and these lots throughout the development have long, steep driveways that these seniors will have to move their trash cans weekly up and down these steep slopes. This is a safety hazard, and I don't know any senior that would want to do that every week. At the end of High Point Place where I live, there's 10 proposed homes to be built there. At 3 trash cans per home, that's 30 trash cans that are going to be in that cul-de-sac every week. I don't even know how the trash truck will turn around in that cul-de-sac with all those trash cans. And like I said, I don't know any senior who's going to want to lug those down there on a weekly basis. And some of those driveways are very steep further on the south end. My fear is that these homes will not sell to the intended seniors, and the builder will again ask for yet another change so they can sell the homes to anyone. As you know, this development was proposed to have a golf course originally, and that was changed. This developer has amended the plans too many times, and I respectfully urge this council to reject the changes and stick with the original plan that was approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
City Council members and Mayor, my name is Natalie and I live in the Woodlands community. I strongly urge you to deny the request to change the plan that originates in 2004. When I bought my house in mid-2019, KB had already been approved for an extension with a stipulation that the time extension will not affect the previously approved residential density. I purchased my home at the end of a quasi-cul-de-sac on a Redwood Grove court, and it's a long street under these conditions, thinking there will be 5 estate lots past my home. The builder proposes to change this and put 19 homes on a narrow private driveway, therefore changing the residential density. That's almost 4 times as many homes. Both KB and Lennar were deceitful in many more ways than one, from HOA dues and timeline to practically unusable HOA park, and much more, leading to this point, with no one putting a stop on their systematic and continuous lies. When faced with difficult questions, the builder failed to provide any kind of proof of any real effort to try and sell the estate lots. In fact, they themselves claimed that they tried selling once in 2015. That was before the first residents moved in. I would have gladly bought one of those, but I was told the lots weren't up for sales to the individuals. The reasoning behind this was that it would take too long to build, and yet here we are, years later, asking for another extension. I would have not bought this house knowing there would be 19 homes past it. For many of us, this was a big investment. For some of us, a forever home. Our decision to move to Simi from LA was based on believing we'll be moving to a city of great moral values and integrity, not just another big builder's town. This change will impact our lives not just during the construction and never-ending dirt dumping that's already been going on for quite some time, making it impossible to sit outside or leave our windows open. But in traffic, quality of life, and appearance on what we thought our neighborhood will be, and sold on. Additionally, when we talked to the builder and addressed our concerns regarding traffic, the builder claimed seniors drive 2 times less. Are those seniors 55s and over? I actually have the statistics from the Department of Transportation, and this is not true. Also, did they count in the fact that we have no supporting infrastructure and will most likely have more deliveries? What about parking? Did they count in the fact that the rec center will be down the street? Did they include a study on how many young adults that I have here will live with their parents nowadays? What about the waste management? I hope the city continues to prove what true Simi values are and holds KB accountable. I sincerely hope that the city council sees what we, the residents, are going through and will be going through, and how lied, frauded, and deceived we were, and protect our investment and our quality of life, unopposed to siding with a big builder. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Doreen Stetlin. I'm a homeowner and a board member of 5 years in the Woodlands. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members, for your time this evening. I would like you to carefully consider the proposed changes once again being made in the Woodlands, Runkle Canyon, and surrounding neighborhoods. Every homeowner will be adversely impacted by these proposed changes to the senior center and estate lots, and of course some more than others. Our master HOA fees will go up along with the senior fees, remembering the seniors will be paying 2 HOA fees. Every homeowner was told at the time of purchase and continually by the builder board members at our meetings, our fees will go down as more homes are occupied. This did not occur. In fact, our fees capped at $315, and the homeowners continue to carry the burden of the community not being built out per plan. I would ask the mayor and council members to consider the following. By decreasing the number of units proposed in the senior center, who is taking the burden of the 17-unit loss in the new proposal? What does it do to the DRE budget? By placing multiple units on estate lots, does this increase the common areas for the landscaping? Whose fees will be paying for the additional cost? The master, the senior, or both HOAs? What are the proposed 2 senior HOA fees at this time? Are they asking for the age of 55 from 62 so seniors can afford the cost of the villas and the HO fees that they'll be selling them at? There continues to be many issues and concerns in our community that the developer has not dealt with. Safety concerns and liability in our toddler park. There's no shade covering over the play equipment. The equipment becomes so hot it burns the children. It becomes unusable. Streets. The streets become a debate between the city agencies. They have not yet been turned over. So we debate. The city says it's the builder says it's the city. We go back and forth. Water issues. A continual water issue for the homes on Talbert that has been occurring for at least 3 years. 2 main hillsides that have not yet turned over to the city due to different issues and developer not willing to put any more money into the hillside. Common areas that continue to be bare of landscaping and homeowners that living amongst the dust and community not finished. I've listened to many city council and planning meetings. regarding Runkle Canyon as stated in the June 5th, 2013 planning meeting, and that was only 8 years ago. Tom DePrima, representing KB, presents the proposal for the senior center, stating once 161 single-family homes are completed, the senior center would begin to be built concurrent. That didn't happen. The builder was granted February 25th, 2019, the city council meeting. The builder is asking for a 3-year extension. I was present at that meeting as I witnessed Dee Dee Kavanaugh ask, "Where is the senior center?" The builder was granted the extension by the city council with the following conditions made by the Planning Commission on January 23rd, 2019. The time extension will not affect the previously approved subdivision location, infrastructure improvements, the number of dwelling units, residential density, or other design of approved project. Every homeowner wants this community built out per plan, but not at the expense of the homeowners and surrounding neighborhoods. And might I just ask, state, in regards to the estate lots, any of the new, I should say the earlier homeowners that purchased, none of us were told that they were not available for sale individually. We were just told they were estate lots. And there were at least 10 individuals who requested to purchase information on these estate lots during all these years since 2016. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next 3 speakers are Dusan Stankovic, Al, and Christian Kehoe.
Good evening. Respected City Council, my name is Dushan and I live in the Woodlands. I'll try not to repeat what my neighbors have already said today. I will instead present you with 2 letters us, the residents of the Woodlands, have been faced with, B and S, bait and switch. When purchasing my home, the builder sold myself and every single one of my neighbors on high tales of $1 million plus estate homes, raising our home values on peace and quiet, an organized, civilized, and tranquil way of life Simi Valley is known for. For all of our goodwill, money, and, to be honest, a life-defining risk we chose to take, we have been chicaned into the opposite through falsity, duplicity, and deceit, shamelessly served to this day by KB and Lennar. Lennar and KB salespeople have been directly and systematically trained not to present the facts about the plans regarding the true nature of the development regarding the estate lots, but to directly lie to potential future homeowners, a practice which continues to this day. A month ago, out of curiosity, I walked into the KB sales office and inquired about purchasing a new home. When inquired about any potential development at the end of the Redwood Grove Court, I was assured that nothing but 5 expensive estate homes will be built. I am sure that the salespeople were informed about the proposed changes as they were very well aware that the senior center would be built out with 1-story senior homes only. This practice is nothing new for KB. It's been happening over and over with many new developments they build out. Therefore, I call upon the City Council to stand on the side of the regular man, the homeowner, and protect them from the never-ending greed and perfidy of a multi-million-dollar conglomerate, therefore proving their own commitment to the citizens of Simi Valley, not betraying the trust of their own voters, and once and for all stop all the BS KB is trying to force on them. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council members and Mayor. My name is Al, and I live on Sequoia at the Woodlands. I strongly oppose the pre-screen application request being presented by the builder. The builder has not been truthful to the homeowners. When my wife and I were considering buying a home in 2016, we visited both the Lennar and KB home sales office. When we asked about the senior center and the estate lots that were shown on the lot maps, we were told that 138 senior condominiums will be built on the senior center with a rec room, and that custom homes will be built on the large estate lots. That influenced our decision to buy our forever home. The builders told the same thing to other prospective buyers throughout the build-out of our community. And if this change is allowed to go forward, it would mean the builders lied to all of us. The builder has failed to meet completion deadlines on several locations. According to the applicant, construction of the 138 senior two-story condominiums and 25 estate lots have not begun due to various market restraints. It's the same excuse that they used, that they cited when they applied for the extension in 2019. However, in this hot real estate market, these restraints didn't apply when it came to the homes that they were building and selling before the construction was even completed. Some of these homes built in the last phases by KB sold for over $1 million. In February 2019, the builder requested a 3-year time extension for the development and completion of this project. The applicant cited that construction of the project was initially delayed due to economic conditions. At the same time, the builder owned 25 estate lots that they said were not available to be purchased by individuals, even though individuals inquired multiple times about purchasing them. The Planning Commission recommended approval for the 3-year extension and stipulated that the time extension would not affect the previously approved subdivision, location, infrastructure improvement, number of dwelling units, and residential density, or other designs of the approved project. If the City Council approves this application, not only would it be a lie to the homeowners, but also to the City Council members. The builder claims that seniors today don't like elevators or second-story homes, which is total nonsense, especially when senior homes are for seniors 55 and up. Most senior developments have elevators and stairs. Lennar, one of the builders of the Woodlands, is currently selling homes for seniors 55 and over at a development in Santa Clarita called Galloway at 5 Knolls. 3 of the 4 floor plans are 2-story homes. If the proposed changes are approved, it'll create more traffic at the Woodlands because all the seniors that purchase one of these senior homes built on the estate lots will have access to the senior recreation center built in the center of our community. Finally, by building 17 fewer homes and increasing the size of the common area to be maintained by the HOA, it'll cause that HOA dues to go up. One more point, the applicant showed on the display that the senior population in Simi Valley had gone up by 80%. I'm not a great mathematician, but I can't see how building 17 less or 17 fewer homes would help that. There'll be 17 less seniors that would not be able to buy a house. Also, the applicant mentioned that seniors, even though if they've lived on a second story on a single level home, but on
Okay, I think you're back now. Sorry for the interruption.
that's quite okay. Anyways, my train of thought, what I was just mentioning is that elevators are made so that people don't have to carry their groceries up the stairs. And also, as the plan stands now for the condominiums being built in the senior center, let's make sure that everybody understands these are single-level homes on a 2-story building. I happen to know of 2 different parties that inquired back in 2017 to buy a second-story unit on that complex because they wanted to have a view. They wanted to buy a second-story home with a garage underneath. Both of them wound up buying elsewhere. And that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, it's a little intimidating up here. All right. Well, thank you, council members and mayor, for being here to hear our concerns. I have to say that I'm worried. I don't know what to tell you and what you need to hear to understand how much this will affect our little neighborhood. I get 3 minutes to convey how much this will affect my life, my family's life. To tell you about the traffic, the parking, the safety, the garbage pickup, the property values, and the lies. And a list goes on and on. I couldn't possibly do that in the amount of time that I have here. But what I can say is that when I bought my home, I was told that there were only 3 houses approved to be built on my street. That was those cul-de-sacs that you mentioned, I believe it was, that they only at the very end. Now, they want to put 10 homes instead of the 3 that they had said. That's 70% more homes on my street. Think about that, 70%. I ask you to think about your neighborhood. When you go home tonight, take a walk down your street and see if adding 70 more houses at the end of your cul-de-sac wouldn't affect your life. 70% more traffic, 70% more parking. Tell me that that's not going to cause problems with safety issues? Kids crossing the streets, kids playing in cul-de-sacs. I would be very surprised to hear anyone say that that wouldn't be affected by that. And that's just my street. They want to add 21 homes to that little neighborhood. Originally, they said 9. Now they want 21. Also, I think we have to talk about the property value. A lot of people say don't bring that up, but I say why not? These homes will cost, again, the cost about 45% less than what our homes were, because about 2 months ago, he told us they were going to sell between $600,000 and $700,000 is what he said. And I'm telling you, our homes are our investments. For some of us, they're our only investments. The equity we build in our houses is what we are planning to hand down to our children and to our grandchildren. Now, I'm sure that KB doesn't care about that. They're a $5 billion company. But for us, it's everything. I mean, it's everything we've worked for. And KB has been so sneaky through all of this. In the very first Zoom meeting, they said they hadn't even spoken to the city yet. And we just heard they've been talking to them for over a year. He thanked them. Obviously, this has been putting on plans into the works for some time. This didn't come overnight. But instead of coming to our community and talking to us and trying to work something out, they went behind our backs, made their plans, and now have come to the city. They don't care about us or Simi Valley. They just said that the original plans don't work for them anymore. Well, I have a question for you. What if our neighborhood, had said that the original plans don't work for us anymore? What if we had said, I don't want 9 homes, I want 4, or instead maybe open land? Would we be here? No, we wouldn't. So why is it fair that they can change the original deal that they agreed on, we agreed on, and you approved? Let's be realistic here. KB is not doing this to better Simi Valley. They are doing this to better their bank account. And I'll be honest with you, I have a feeling this was their plan from the beginning. I asked you, you had some very good questions, and I would love to have heard some real answers, because those 25 lots, nobody sells 25 lots at one time. They do it in phases, just like they did with their other homes. You release 3 homes, and you sell those 3. You release 4 more, you sell those 4, and so on and so forth. So trying to sell 25 lots, you're right. You're not going to find any buyers for that. But if you had done what they should have done, which obviously they didn't want to do, it could have worked out. And lastly, I just want to say, or the other thing is why not put one of their homes on the land? Like you said, someone said, why didn't you build it instead of that? Because I don't think they ever had intentions on building. I'm not against senior homes by any means, But this new plan ruins our neighborhood, and it only gives you 8 more senior homes.
Time's up, sir.
I beg you, don't let KB ruin our little neighborhood for their financial gain. Tell them to stick to the original plans they already approved by you and agreed upon by both parties.
The next 3 speakers, then.
Okay, if everybody would abide by the rules, and it's best not to applause because it eats up the person's time that's speaking, and applauding in between eats up everybody's time. So try to restrain yourself.
The next three speakers will be Lizette, Jurgita G., and D. Olson.
Hi, first of all, I want to thank you for your time and for listening to us. I live on Hazelnut Court, which again was one of those cul-de-sacs that you had brought up. We are a small established neighborhood. We are not a part of the Woodlands. Our neighborhood has been there for years. There are only 10 houses on my street. One of the reasons we bought our home was because it was the end of a small, quiet cul-de-sac, and my kids love to play outside. We purchased our home with the knowledge that 3 custom homes would be built next to us, as the approved city plans showed. We were okay with that. A couple of years later, my family grew, and we decided we wanted a bigger home. After 2 years of asking KB if we could buy one of the estate lots next to us, and consistently being told they were not available, we decided to add an addition to our house and make this our forever home. We started construction in February, when we received KB's notice a few weeks later, where we learned about the proposed changes. Just on our street alone, they want to build 7 more homes. That's 7 small homes squeezed onto 3 lots that were intended to have 1 home on each of them. That's over double than what they had planned. In fact, they want to build a total of 21 homes in our small neighborhood, which would be a 40% increase, as there are only 54 existing homes in our neighborhood. And we only have 1 entrance and exit. There are no through streets. This would increase the traffic and density of our neighborhood by 40%, not to mention the additional delivery trucks, maintenance vehicles, and guests. Also, these residents would have access to the senior center up at the Woodlands, which offers a pool and activities, which they could be driving back and forth to multiple times a day. Parking would also be an issue, as these homes are built down small, narrow roads with no curbs in between them and all let out at a cul-de-sac. This changes the whole dynamic of our small, safe community. I would not feel comfortable having my kids play in the cul-de-sac with all the added traffic, and it would also affect our family walks. There are a lot of young families that play outside, and this would affect all of us. Had I known that KB had these plans, I, 1, never would have bought my house, and 2, I never would have invested the money we are putting into our home in addition to make it our forever home. I would have moved instead. And they said in today's market, these homes would sell between $600,000 and $700,000, and that was in our Zoom meeting that Haggai gave us. I have those numbers. I actually have that meeting recorded. So those were his numbers back in April. The last 2 homes that sold in our neighborhood sold for $1.1 million. Now, we would live in a neighborhood where almost half of the homes would be worth about 40% less than the original homes in our already established neighborhood. This would significantly affect our property values. KB is a billion-dollar company, and we are just numbers to them. But to us, we are the residents here in Simi Valley. We live here. These are our homes, and this affects our lives. They should leave the estate lots with 1 home on them and stick with their original plans with the 138 senior units up at the Woodlands. And again, they say that seniors have reduced traffic. I mean, most seniors 55 and over drive 2 cars. I mean, let's be honest. There's a lot of seniors 55 and over that have kids. When me and my husband are 55, we're gonna have a 17-year-old and a 10-year-old, okay? So let's not just say that these homes are only meant for seniors. There could be more cars than 2 cars, and they only have 2-car garages with narrow streets that have absolutely no parking on them. Where are those additional cars gonna go? We need to look at all of these things, and I thank you for your time, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good evening. I am Jurgita Kumpytė Galinaitienė. I live in Redwood Grove Court, at very end of Redwood Grove Court. And 2 years ago, my husband and I made the decision to purchase this house as our forever house based on the information what was provided by Leonard. we specifically asked what's gonna happen at very end of the street because this is where our house is located. So the information was very clear, and we were happy with that. It was an open space in front of our house, and on the left side, we're supposed to be 4 custom houses and a pocket park. So, moreover, we were advised that it's gonna be over in a year since the date we purchased the house, which is supposed to be a year ago from today's date. It never happened. Moreover, instead of this 4 households, they now asking to build 19 households. Just to be clear, instead of expected 8 cars, we're gonna have how many? Almost 40 cars. Here you are. And moreover, we are still suffering from fugitive dust. It's just, I'm sorry for my language, but it became ridiculous. All the trucks are going back and forward all day long until 7 p.m., even in the evenings. No precautions are taken. Surfaces are not wet. Everything is covered with the dust. Our front yards, backyards, cars, windows. I beg you, please do not accept any changes anymore. Let's finish it up. Please do everything to finish it as up so we would not suffer anymore, so we would have guarantees that this is the value gonna stay for our house we bought, and this is what we were expected, and this is what was told by you and by Lenore. Thank you.
Thank you.
D. Olson?
I hear that I checked that I disagree. I did not want to speak.
Our apologies. The next 3 are Kenneth Drake, Philip Peters, and Geraldine Peters.
I've got some handouts here. Can I give those to the council members? There's a lot of people here tonight. My name is Ken Drake. I live on Hazelnut Court. We're one of the original owners of the property there when it was designated as Hot Crest Estates. I was involved when Warmington came in, bought up the rest of the unimproved lots, and decided to build a bunch of smaller homes. Well, from that point, we fought them. The city council listened to us. They took those 6-bedroom homes that they were planning, 5 and 6 bedrooms. They were going to be 25 to 30 feet, or 25 to 2,700 square feet, and they made them into the same types of homes that we have of 3,000 plus feet. Now, what I can't figure out as a longtime contractor and a material supplier is what the representative from KB, Lenore, is telling us what is his actually purpose of wanting to make these changes. When we had a Zoom call, his purpose was only, from what I recall, cost of building. COVID had caused lumber yards, steel, everybody was cost of building. He was citing lumber. Well, as you can see, what I've got here is lumber bubble finally pops, erasing all 2021 gains, per Fortune magazine dated July 20th, 2021. Lumber cost per 1,000 board feet is currently at near pre-COVID levels. Multi-story units require less lumber per square foot of living area than a single story. We all know that. Every contractor knows that. That's why they build 2-story homes. Why do you think they don't build 1-story homes anymore? They build 2. Now let's go to steel. Price surge for steel will continue until 2022, per Fortune magazine dated June 14th, 2021. A, a 1,500 square foot post-tension slab, which is what they're pouring up there, equals 1,500 square foot of single-story home that they have to sell. That same 1,500 square foot post-tension slab, with possible few modifications, equals two-story houses, equals 3,000 square foot two-story houses. Put three-story up there and you got 4,500 square feet on the same slab. Now, lumber costs have already dropped almost 50% in the last month alone. My steel prices are continuing to go up. I buy many hundreds of thousands of pounds of steel every year and resell. I'm looking at steel to continue to rise for the next year. Lumber costs, though, have dropped like a rock. So if they were going to build, why would they build single-story homes with more slab, more concrete, and much more steel when they would build the same slab, build two-story, or build three-story? I don't understand it. And the guy can't seem to give us an answer as to why he really wants to make this change. There's got to be some kind of tax credit. There's got to be something, but I just can't figure it out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. I'm going to refer to, in my brief time here, the word community. And the community consists of Hawkcrest and Warmington construction that went on in the area of High Point Place, Hawknest. I've been a resident here since 1997. Our house was the first built on High Point Place, except for a couple models that already existed. Our community of 55 homes have invested money, time, effort, and sacrificed to establish and maintain the standard of our homes. In addition to value, it is the incompatibility of the design and size of our homes and the proposed homes by KB. This is a serious concern. I'm going to bring up an analogy, a serious analogy. It's not a joke. Take it seriously. Consider putting up affordable tents to house seniors on these estate lots. The impact on the people in this room would be the same as comparing the KB proposed dwellings. The impact spreads to degradation of the value of our homes, traffic, safety, and security. You're listening to these tonight, and you'll hear more of it. It also violates previous commitments promised to the community by KB. And you've heard some of them already. One commitment was 9 estate lots sold for custom homes. Another was the construction. No construction vehicles would come up on High Point Place, Hazelnut, or Cobbler Hill Court. They would make a temporary road to accommodate these vehicles during construction. There would be, another one was, there would be no houses on the ridges, which can be seen from the community. Well, come on up to High Point Place, and you'll see some houses up there. Some pretty new ones, very new ones. They're still being built. One of them is their largest home. Developers know the market and how to manipulate it and work it. It's their business. You've listened to these concerns, but that is not enough. You must hear those concerns and act accordingly to the community, for the community. These and all the concerns you listened to tonight are serious. So make a decision. Turn down the request to amend the general plan pre-screening application, GPPS 2021-0001, of Runkle Canyon LLC. I thank you.
Thank you.
Well, you really get stiff sitting in this cold room. Anyway, I want to use my time to talk about the historic deception from the Runkle Canyon LLC. My husband and I were the first residents up on High Point Place. We moved in January of 1997, and we've been involved with meetings concerning this Runkle Canyon project from the very beginning. We looked it up today and we were surprised to find out it was in the early 2000s. Boy, does time fly. Now we're seniors, and just parenthetically, I would never buy one of those houses. Those are really awful. But anyway, okay, I'll skip some of this stuff. From the beginning, we were involved with discussions concerning Runkle Canyon, and our contact was a guy named Paul Ireland, and he met with owners on the project many times, including in the private homes and sometimes individually. Initially, virtually all of the homeowners were opposed to the Runkle Canyon project, but eventually most supported the project and received, they gave us a spiffy T-shirt with a great Runkle Canyon logo on it to wear at public meetings. I tried to find it today, but I don't know where it's disappeared, somewhere in our house. Or maybe we gave it to charity. I don't remember. But anyway, what I'd like to do now is speak on, and mention 4 different issues that have been brought up through the years historically. And these involve one, believe it or not, there was an important issue of some residents about keeping the cows on the hill at the end of High Point Place, which I'll call High Point Hill. It probably has a name, but I don't know what it is. Another issue, too, was the view of the scenic canyon, which Runkle Canyon is really pretty, the view from Cinnabar Place. And third was the visibility of houses from High Point Place, houses that were proposed to be built on the ridge. And fourth was my pet issue, and I think that it's worth really thinking hard about, and that's fire safety. So anyway, to make a long story short, and number one, the cows have long disappeared, and instead of improving the view of the canyon, they secretly blocked it by constructing a 50-foot high bluff at the end of Cinnabar Place. And they brought in all of this dirt, all of this fill to raise the lots, so I guess the views would be better. And it's, I personally, and I'm a scientist, so I'll admit that, I do not expect that land to have long-term stability, The engineering report may have said it was okay, but I have my doubts. Basically, what happens is you put weight on the top of a hill, dirt, and it starts oozing out at the bottom. You know, you have to consider vertical and lateral stability. And I don't know, maybe 20 years from now, we're going to have an issue, with seepage there. So anyway, that was a deception. They didn't even tell us that that was going to happen, that they'd raise that lot and block our view of the canyon. And, okay, where am I? Okay. And concerning point 3 about the houses built on the hills and the ridges, as we speak right now, they're building a huge 2-story house on lot 98 on Purple Sage Lane. And it's a glaring example.
As much as I'm enjoying your presentation, you need to wrap it up. Your time's up.
Okay, I see the light there. So what I'll do is I'll talk about, rather than reading it, I'll just talk about my concern about the fire safety. Okay, this is serious. Since we've been on High Point Place, there have been 3 fires up on that hill. 2 on the hill itself and 1 over towards Runkle Canyon. And when the Santa Ana winds blow, the tumbleweeds come over the hill in mass and they rain down on these estate lots. So there is a potential of those tumbleweeds sometime being on fire and raining down on those estate lots.
Okay,
and the
ma'am.
seniors won't be able to get
I need
out.
to ask you to wrap it up. You can come back anytime. We enjoy it.
Okay, anyway, finally, they told us that they'd build a heliport up there to protect us, from the fire. But we talked with the fire department, and apparently they never approved that plan.
Well, I can assure you, we have very good firefighters in Ventura County and Simi Valley in particular.
Oh yeah, when the 2 fires that did occur, they were out very fast. Sorry about going over, over time. I do this when I give professional presentations.
The next 3 speakers will be Salwa Scarponi, Bridget Danielle, and Joe Pachowski.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, Pro Temp Mayor, City Manager, Interim City Attorney, and council members. My name is Salwa Scarpone. I live in the Woodlands community, and I am on Redwood Grove Court. I actually brought this little map here, not knowing I could bring a slide, to show how narrow the streets are, these private driveways that are only 22 feet wide, where they're expected to have all of these multiple homes behind them. But I'm here today to urge you to vote against the changes being proposed by KB Ventures. As I mentioned, I currently live in one of those homes directly impacted by these proposed changes. I've lived in Southern California my entire life, born and raised in LA County, LA proper, Northridge, Hollywood, West Hollywood, North Hollywood. I decided to purchase my forever home in Simi Valley due to the excellent quality of life it would offer to me and my family. I chose the Woodlands in the specific home I purchased based on the plans that were shared with me when we were searching for our forever home. We looked at multiple homes in the community and decided to purchase a home that backs into a private driveway that separates my home from one estate lot. The proposed plan replaces estate lots with senior living, and although I'm all for senior living because I'm not that far away, that was not the plan that was presented to me
when I purchased the home. The builders presented plans for a senior living center with a recreation facility in 2013. Plans were approved by the city. These plans were available to anyone to view, and now KB has decided to change these plans, as you've heard from all of us. This is a classic bait and switch situation. The reasons the builder has presented to the community are laughable. Seniors don't like elevators. The estate lots are not selling. As we've found out, a lot of these aren't true. They're building homes with elevators that seniors are moving into. People here have asked to purchase estate lots that were not sold to them. I would have never purchased my home in the community knowing that the changes in density and traffic patterns would be altered. Many of the seniors will be traveling back and forth between the senior rec center, and that's no longer close to their homes. Please hold KB Ventures to the plan that was originally presented to the city and approved. I truly appreciate all the work you do for the city and our community, and hope you understand the concerns of all the homeowners. And again, I ask you to please vote no to the changes being proposed by KB Ventures. So thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bridget Daniel.
Hello, I'm Bridget. I'm very new to this community. My fiance purchased 2 years ago. I come from the Palisades, which is in California and has lots of new builders, so I understand what it's like to be. My 96-year-old grandfather is one of the oldest on his street, so we know what it's like to have things built up around us. Hearing from the neighbors, I just want to express to all of you that you guys have a very important piece in this. You guys get to decide if they get to keep messing with our lives. I'm a preschool teacher, and my 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds will be like, well, let's do this. And I'll be like, yeah, sure, let's do it. And the next minute, they're like, well, let's do this. And when this gentleman was up here speaking, I just pictured one of these 4-year-olds looking at me being like, no, I didn't say that, I said. So I just want you all to call out his BS, his bait and switch, and not allow this to go on any further, to allow the amazing place my fiance said I would be moving into to actually be the amazing place that I have moved into, and to not change. And I'm not going to use any more of my time, but I just wanted to express that to all of you. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next three speakers will be Elaine Freeman, Royce Cadwell, and Rayson Racette.
Good evening, Council. I'm here speaking as a senior who would like to have a single-family detached home in a community of seniors with all the amenities. If you look around Simi Valley, there is no such place. I don't want to live in a senior apartment. We don't want to live in a condo. We don't want to live in a mobile home. Not that there's anything wrong with those. I was looking forward to having the opportunity to purchase one of these houses because it is single story, it has amenities, it's a combined and well-organized community. And I know the folks, I can't speak to the history or all the meetings, and I can't speak to things that have gone on or have not been done. What I'm saying to you is, and it's not a very popular position, there is no housing available for my segment of the community as a senior, as a couple who do not want to live in a condo, stacked condo, a mobile home, apartment. This is the kind of housing that this community needs. And it's unfortunate, I think in all my years, it's the first time I've ever been at a hearing where people were opposed to market rate senior housing at low density, fairly low density. But that aside, I'm saying to you that this community needs this kind of housing, and that's what the reason I'm here tonight is because we would like to be there, and there's nothing else available for us. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Royce Cadwell. Good evening, everyone. I'm not going to go ahead and say all the same things everybody else has. I will say I'm definitely opposed to it. I think we should stay with the original plan. We do have senior homes that are going to be built up there in the senior center. I think that should stay as planned. And as far as I totally understand what this lady is saying, but with 25 estate lots, instead of putting 2, 3, and 4 homes on those, KB and Lennar, since they are a joint venture, could put single-story homes on those lots. I'm a senior. We bought a Lennar single-story. We downsized from our, because eventually you don't want stairs. We downsized, bought a single-story home, not a condo, didn't wait for the senior center. And Haggai was talking, Haggai, sorry, pronounced it wrong. My maiden name was Haggai, spelled the same way, so sorry. Haggai was saying that, I mean, he was kind of speaking out of both sides of his mouth, saying that, oh, well, seniors 55, they're not driving that much, they won't be out that much, but yet they're putting garages for 2 cars. I don't know about a lot of you, but at 55 years old, I was still working full-time in a law office, had teenagers, 2 full-time at home, 3 stepchildren in and out, teenagers, multiple cars, downsized when they all finally got old enough, moved out, married, whatever. He said, oh, seniors don't drive that much. I'm sorry, guys, that's not true. I'm 70 years old. I am in and out of my house 1 million times a day. I watch grandchildren. Many of these people here see me walk up and down the street with a little 2- and 3-year-old. We don't sit home and do nothing. We don't need to have a little 900 square foot home to sit in with supposedly, like you said, 1 car. And the other thing is, it is a fire area. A lot of people haven't brought that up, or well, they have, but I'm emphasizing that. We basically have one way in and out. And if you drive up into the Woodlands, I don't know what he's saying about the demographics, but you read all the signs, and the signs say, family dwelling, homes with room to grow. That's what they're advertising. That's what they said. They asked for the extension based on that with the 1 senior center. We need to stick with that plan.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Rayson Reset. I live in the top of Redwood Grove Court. We purchased our house when we moved in November of 2019. And I just want to state that I am completely, vehemently angry at this. Not one person that I know of in my community ever said anything about this. We've been lied to. We've been swindled. I feel robbed. We put nearly half the price down on our house. We made a serious investment based on what we were told. And come to find out they've come multiple times to change, again, and again. My question is, when are they going to be held accountable for the plans that they bring to you? And when are they going to stop? If they can get away with this here, how do we know they're not doing it to other thousands of people everywhere else? This is wrong. And you know it. You know it's wrong. You cannot say that I'll speak on my behalf. I bought the largest floor plan, okay? My wife wasn't happy about it because it's just us, but it's an investment. And normally, people say you don't buy the largest house or the best house on the street. You buy the worst. But no, that's not what we were told. We were told that we will be seeing multi-million-dollar homes, large estates, not a lot of traffic. What do we get now? What is this? Really? Put yourself in our shoes, okay? How would you feel? What would you do? What would you do if you put down half the value of your house and then 2 years later, it's not what it was, what you were told? Would you feel robbed? Would you feel angry? I think you would. And all I ask is to hold them accountable. They only tried to sell these lots once as all or none. That's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous. There is enough money out there, okay? There is an enormous amount of wealth, okay? And people really enjoy building their house from scratch. There's plenty of money, and there is definitely a demand. And obviously, they didn't make much of an effort once. No, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. These billion-dollar companies don't basically plan, year by year. No, this was planned. This was absolutely planned. They had a plan. Once they sold all these homes to these suckers, then they go and change it. And that's exactly obvious. You can't deny it. You can't, because they've tried to change it multiple times, and now they're trying to change it again. And that's all I have to say. I'll yield back my time. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the end of the speaker cards. Speakers via Zoom is next.
Mayor, I had a card signed. I don't know what happened to it, but I have to say something.
Okay, why don't you come up and fill out a new card if you would? Is the Zoom person ready?
We're getting a hold of the Zoom person.
Okay, we'll let this gentleman speak in person first.
Absolutely.
You can do that afterwards, after you speak, if you like.
What was the agenda item? Was it 10A?
4A.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm going to make this short and sweet. I actually didn't plan on speaking until I got here, but I'm one of the original owners from Hot Crest Hills. We bought in July of 1997. We lived there 24 years, and but long before they started doing the breaking ground, we had someone from the developer come to our house and knock on my door and ask me what it would take to get us on board for them to do this development. So I took the guy in my backyard, and I'm on Cinnabar, and I'm one house over from Hazelnut, and the back of my fence is open space. And I said, I don't want a home right there blocking my view of the mountains. And he says, I can do that. It was part of SOAR, so I don't think they could have built there anyways. And I said, and I'm concerned about the traffic and the home values. And he says, what if we put some 1 acre estates up there? Would you be on board? I said, yes, I would. And he says, okay, then I'll put you down. He says, I can guarantee that'll happen. He made a promise, and now I'm finding out not only did he lie to us, but he lied to the people that are buying their homes too. And, they say, I work in a company. I deal with traffic. I'm not a traffic engineer, but I'm an engineer for a traffic company, and I have to do a lot of proposals for federal and state governments. We have to find statistics, things that support our bid. You can find a statistic anywhere to support what you want if you look in the right place. I'm 59 years old. I'm in that gap. I'm not retired yet, but I have 5 cars at my house. My kids, all of us drive. My brother and my sister have retired in the last 2 years. They used to drive to work and in the evening come home. Now they're going to Home Depot, Lowe's, they're going to get stuff to eat, they're going to the grocery, they're going to see my mom. She's 94 years old. She doesn't drive. The traffic at her house has increased because all my brothers and sisters and grandkids are all going to visit her. It doesn't decline, it increased because they're home. They're not at work all day. And they say you can't fight City Hall, but Mr. Mayor and City Council members, we're not here to fight you. My neighbors and I are asking you to fight for us and make them hold to their word that they promised us. We are a community where there is one way in and one way out, and that's High Point. And in the years that I've lived in, the 24 years, I've had fire departments knock on my door a number of times saying, pack your stuff, get ready to leave. I've been on my roof and taken pictures of helicopters making drops. I don't think we want people up there. Imagine what it can do to their heart when they find out that they're gonna have to pack their stuff and get out. That could be an issue. We are in a fire danger. I have had my homeowner's insurance canceled because of the fire danger, and I had to search for another insurance company. So I'm just asking you to please make them hold to their word. Make them do what they said. Can you imagine your house if somebody were to come in and say, oh, we're gonna build a really nice home, and then they come back and say, we're gonna put in a townhome and it's gonna be valued about half of what your house. Don't you think that would affect your home? I mean, be in our shoes. Our homes are everything to us. We've put everything into our homes. My kids, we brought them home from the hospital there. They graduated high school and college. They got married at our house. This is our life. And to come up here with all these statistics that are wrong and tell us one thing and then come to you and say something else, it's just not right. It's not fair. And that's pretty much what I want to say. I just want you to remember this, because we're the people that vote for you, not KB. When it comes to election time, they're not voting for you. And I recognize a lot of your names because I voted for you. And I vote every year, and so does my family. So we're hoping that our votes were well earned, and I think they will be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I believe we're ready for the Zoom speakers.
Okay.
Go ahead, Narn.
All right, Rick Norris, could you please unmute?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, City Council, for letting me speak via Zoom. I wish I could be there tonight. I have heard all the other comments, so I will not repeat them. I just want, the one comment I haven't heard, a part of all the other objections, is just the impact the construction has had on all the residents of Cinnabar Place, High Point, and the like. The amount of debris and dirt that was caused, the amount of tumbleweed buildup that was caused such that it was stacked so high on our fence that we've spent multiple tons of money to get those removed while the construction was going on. And I particularly raised these concerns with Runkle Canyon and had a gentleman come to my house and also spend quite a amount of time with me, speaking about how ultimately at the end of the day, our property values were going to go up because of the estate lots at the end of these cul-de-sacs. It's been something that they have been thinking about as a way to sell this from the very beginning. And so to change it at the last minute, while I'm maybe not as affected as people who bought a year ago, the fact that they tried to, if I heard the gentleman correctly, the fact that they tried to sell these estate lots in 2015 and didn't sell at that time and have made no other changes since that time suggests that they've known about this for quite some time and suggests that it was in fact planned. But we do object to any changes that are proposed. As a member of the neighborhood council also, I really do hope that you, if you were to allow this to go forward beyond today, that definitely the neighborhood council could interject and also add their comments, because I do think that this is really important to me. And I know I've spoken with many of my neighbors of who this is very important to as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Nancy, could you please unmute? Nancy, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. I'm sorry, it wasn't unmuting. I'm going to try to make this short because everything that I wrote for tonight has been pretty much said. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, however. I strongly oppose the pre-screen application requests being presented by KB Ventures. I live in the Woodlands on Redwood Grove Court, which is already and will be severely impacted by the change of plans. The construction of 9 homes versus a total of 62 homes will be much less disruptive to the current homeowners. The main points that I would like to make are that we were told that 9 estate homes would be built in the area above our homes when we purchased, and that plan had received a 3-year extension to get started. The original plan dates back to 2004. What happened between 2004 and 2019 when they got the 3-year extension? In my estimation, they never intended to build these. It was used to sell the Woodlands and other homes in this community. For that reason, I feel taken advantage of, I feel deceived, I feel lied to, and yes, I am angry. This is just the area behind Redwood Grove that I was talking about. They have not been honorable or shown any integrity in coming to you, the City Council, with another change of plan. When we bought our home, we know that other potential buyers asked to buy the estate lots. You've heard this already. They turned everyone down because they wanted to sell them to one builder, which apparently they weren't able to do. So who pays the price? We get to pay the price. That is unethical. They did not even try but the one time to sell those lots. Had they been willing to sell to individuals, we would not all be here tonight because the lots would be sold. The density of traffic, when you quadruple the number of homes, will impact every single person in this community. And the gall that they would say that seniors don't drive when they're starting at age 55 is unbelievable. Most 55-year-olds are still working, 65-year-olds are still working, they're driving, and their children are driving. But you've heard that already. When we signed our purchase agreement, we were clearly told about the estate homes and how it would increase our values and bring our dues down. Neither one happened. So in essence, we were given a bait and switch at the time of purchase, which is tantamount to lying to every buyer who was told about the estate homes and the senior center and senior homes. To the woman who's upset because she wants one of the senior homes, she can have one. This plan included senior homes. We're not getting rid of senior homes. We just don't want every estate lot to have quadruple the senior homes. The driveway serving these seniors will be very narrow with no guardrail. This is for seniors? Has that been accounted for? What about emergency vehicles? How are they supposed to get up the narrow road? We've already heard about the trash problem. And while a senior at 65 might be able to drag the trash cans down, he probably won't be able to when he's 80. So that's a problem. And has KB addressed that problem? What about lighting for the streets where they're going to do the building of these homes? Are those lights going to be shining into our backyards and homes and disturbing our tranquil area? I think you've heard enough from other homeowners that we live in a very tranquil area, and that's all we want to maintain. We want what we bought, what we put our life savings into. Why spend more money to modify an approved plan when the estate homes were not even targeted for seniors? But there was a plan for seniors. It was not the estate homes. In closing, I wish to point out that these senior homes that KB wants to build will come with 2 HOA dues, which at best guess will be $400 to $500 a month. The second fee, of course, for the senior center. I highly doubt they will sell well with fees being so high. So when the lots remain empty or are built and do not sell, what is the plan that KB has given to you for these lots? All of KB Ventures' concerns were known in 2019, but they waited until the Woodlands was safely sold out before they came to us with their change, which they were well aware of years before.
Nancy,
Again.
your time is up now.
Okay, I think I've said enough. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Greg, if you could please unmute.
Oh,
Can you
sure.
hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
So I only have a couple concerns because everybody's spoken their piece very well. My wife and I are sitting in a houseboat in southern Utah. Sorry we couldn't come. We bought our house in February of 2021, post-COVID. I'm well over 55. I have 7 cars. I drive a ton of miles. So a lot of these stories I'm hearing, I don't know that I really believe them. The problem I have with your proposal being proposed by the applicant is a couple things. There's no amenities nearby the end of High Point Place, which is where I live. For my neighbors, I'm the guy with all the cars at the end of High Point Place. Sorry about that. I did a couple of test drives and the closest stores are 1.5 miles away. I don't know too many seniors that want to walk 1.5 miles to go to the store. Also, the senior center to the top of High Point Place, where these proposed 9 homes are going to be attempted to be built, that is about a 3/4 mile walk. Can you imagine you try to go to the pool or whatever and you got to walk 3/4 mile each way? I mean, if you can, great, but I can see people as they get older, maybe not so much. So that means a lot of car drives and whatnot. Anyway, that's all I have for everybody. I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yvonne, if you could please unmute.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Yvonne. My family lives in one of the neighborhoods that would be affected by this amendment proposal. As it's probably pretty clear that I really strongly oppose this proposal. Our neighbors have mentioned a lot of really good reasons, and I agree with all of them. I just want to re-emphasize the fire safety concern. KB's response to the public comments about fire safety was that, quote, "there is no increase in the area that will have housing." So sure, they may say that there's no increase in the areas that have housing, but there will be increase in people. And we know that people are the ones that cause fires. And if you've been in these areas, we're right next to these wildlands that are really high wildfire risks. We've had trouble getting homeowners insurance. They're really expensive premiums. So these senior villas are supposed to be $800,000 costs, plus 2 HOAs, plus a really expensive fire insurance. Who are we actually expecting to sell these to? That was just another thought I had, along with all the traffic, parking, and noise concerns that have already been brought up. So please object to this proposal that KB is making. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Just bear with me while I bring Linda Blackwell on. Linda, could you please unmute? Okay, I'm gonna ask Laura to unmute, please, and we'll circle back to Linda.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members, for your time this evening and service to our community. My name is Laura Krupp, and I live in the Woodlands community. I'm sure you've all seen my name come across your desk many times over the 2.5 years that we have lived in the Woodlands, due to constant issues we have experienced since purchasing our home in the Woodlands. Unfortunately, our development was never planned with thoughts about actual people and actual vehicles. Instead, KB designed a racetrack with one main entrance in and out, with cars speeding and racing almost nightly. Everything KB has designed has safety issues attached to them, even down to our sidewalks with major trip and hazard falls, and landscaping with razor sharp needles that stick out. People park outside of our house to use and sell drugs and leave their paraphernalia on the sidewalks where our kids play. The point being that there is no thought given by KB about our safety or quality of life. They pass the buck onto the city, causing us to reach out to different city agencies, ultimately putting a strain on the city budget. All the while, KB continues to lie to all of us. The most consistent thing about KB is that they are consistent with their lies to potential buyers, lies to homeowners, and lies to the city officials about their plans. They lied to us when the final deciding factor for purchasing our home was knowing with certainty what was in the plan to build on the land behind us. Our real estate agent and the sales agent in the Lennar office spoke with KB, and we were assured that there would be no more than 2 to 3 custom estates built on that land. Our back wall shares the space with the driveway leading up to those lots that KB now wants to break into multiple plots. Detached homes, which has significantly increased the number of homes. On top of that, the driveway behind us is very narrow. I see daily how difficult it is for one work truck to drive up and down for landscaping. I even drove my own car onto the driveway to see how much room there is, and there was barely enough room for my car. I cannot imagine what will happen when 2 cars with seniors trying to navigate the steep incline, or anybody for that matter, or the teens who race up and down the streets without having room to safely navigate the driveway. So I ask you, who will be responsible when? And I say when, because it'll be a matter of time before a car comes toppling down into my yard or one of my neighbors, potentially killing children, pets, and destroying homes. And what about the street light? Are they going to add street lights that would be disruptive to our evenings? Worst of all, we live in an area where it is difficult to even insure our homes because of the threat of fire. Instead of keeping the senior housing in a central location, they want to put the most vulnerable residents in the deepest parts of our development. We will all be lucky to escape alive in the event of a wildfire, with the number of homes we currently have in a community with one exit and narrow streets. But now the builder is trying to pull a bait and switch and pack us in like sardines waiting to be barbecued. With respect to KB and the elevators, I'm 43. I am disabled. My husband and I have been seriously discussing installing a residential elevator inside of our current 2-story home so we can stay here forever. Because the time will come sooner than later that the stairs will no longer be an option for me, but I want my home to remain my home. Please do not let KB continue to make promises they have no intentions of keeping. Please do not let them change the plans that we were told were final when we purchased our homes. Our safety, our children's safety, and the safety of future residents are in your hands right now. And I beg of all of you, please protect us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Linda, I'm going to ask you once more. If you want to speak, please unmute. Okay, we have one last person, Richard, that I'm working to bring on, and I'd love to speak. Richard, if you wish to speak, could you please unmute? Okay, it looks like Richard doesn't want to speak either, so we have gone through all our Zoom speakers.
Okay, at this time, does staff desire to respond to any of the comments that was provided by the public? That's you, Sean.
Yes, that's me. So there were a lot of comments regarding safety, traffic, noise, various impacts. And just a reminder tonight, if the city council decides to allow the applicant to proceed with the project, the planning department will require and review all these formal engineering studies of all the related impacts to address these traffic concerns, these fire safety concerns. Those are all part of a formal application process to determine if they are consistent with the specific plan, the general plan, the development agreement, the subdivision rules. So there's still a lot of studies that staff reviews and goes through to determine if these projects are safe, if they comply with the traffic rules, the ordinances, et cetera. So there's still a lot of more work to proceed if we get to that point. Jennifer, did you have anything you'd like to add?
No, I'll just add on to the fact too, for if, let's say the custom lots were to go through to be constructed, those contractors would have to abide by our construction requirements that are put in place by our municipal code too, just to add to that.
Okay, thank you. Does the applicant desire any rebuttal?
Make this very quick because I know it's very late. I just want to say again, thank you for the opportunity to come and present our proposal tonight. It is our goal to be able to move forward with a project and to complete the Woodlands community. We've already committed to studying these issues and working with the neighbors further, and we are open to any sort of additional reports or any additional studies that the City Council sees fit to provide for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, did you want to ask a question of the applicant?
I'm not sure if I had if it's a question for the applicant or city
Or
staff.
do you want to wait comments for council and questions are coming
No, it's
up?
actually a question. Can I ask the question, Mayor?
Of the applicant? Yeah,
Yes.
sure.
I know your extension ends, the 3-year extension ends in 2022. So what happens if the general plan amendment is not approved tonight?
So that's and we run out of time on the development agreement?
Yes.
It's a very complicated question that we have to work with staff to understand what actually happens with the entitlements. Because the way the development agreement is set up, there's the development agreement, and then there was a very substantial amendment that was voted on right afterwards. And so we have to see how the timing works out between if the development agreement stays in place or if the development agreement goes away. That's a question that we haven't brought up with staff yet that we're going to have to study. The worst case scenario is that the entitlements now go away, which obviously that's something that us and I believe the city would want to avoid. So that's something, again, that we have to study with staff.
So is it possible that those lots, those estate lots would remain empty then? That they just wouldn't be built if you couldn't find a builder to build on them?
Correct.
Okay.
As a publicly traded home builder, we can't knowingly start a project that we believe will not be successful.
Okay.
That's an unfair, we cannot do that as a fiduciary to our shareholders.
Okay, so I just want to clarify, there's a possibility that this doesn't go through, that those estate lots will just remain empty?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, lastly, we're done, thank you. And
Okay.
do you have more to say?
No, I'm done, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody in the room that wanted to speak that wasn't given the opportunity? I'm sorry, in regards to what? Now, that turns into an argument. I'm sorry. If you want to make a generic statement about. Okay, I think, okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, at this time, the public hearing portion of this is closed. Yes? If you want to come up and fill out a card.
Office because I'm like real estate, I like to keep an eye on values, and I would get different stories.
Yeah, why don't you wait until you get to the mic? And you can fill it out after you're done.
I would go to the sales office when Jack, who sold me my home, we got a one story, and that woman could buy a one story in our development. We have, in every phase, we have like 4 one stories. So she can easily buy a one story and not worry about the single family, because at $850 for a property, the one stories on our development are a little over that. You're gonna buy like a villa for $850, and then I heard the HOAs on the retirement places like $370 a month plus the $315. You're talking about $700 if someone's gonna be using their Social Security. But today we know people work till 70 and a half. They wanna take the Social Security clock. So 55 is a joke because these people are gonna have their kids. And so all I know is I'd go in the office and I'd ask her, so what's going on with the senior center? Because I wanna get one for my mom. I caretake both my parents. She'd be like, well, we're not gonna do condos now, we're gonna do garden homes. So I'm like, cool, that'd be beautiful. I walk the neighborhood, I'm like telling my parents, and now I'm at this situation hearing 138 condos are back on the table. Janae, who works in the sales office, every time I went there, she would give me a line, and I say, why doesn't KB, I ask her, what do you do with these super lots? I have friends who want to have KB. KB has plans. She goes, well, KB's thinking about doing these elite high-end homes on those super lots. They got plans. I see how they build these houses. They bring a cookie cutter of wood, and in like X amount of time, everything's built, pre-cut. I even went to an HOA meeting because I was going into the model home meetings every month because that's my thing. This is my investment with my husband who served as a Marine. We got a VA loan. We bought a one story because his knees are jacked up from serving our country. And so I was like, this is it. And then all of a sudden I'm hearing one way in, one way out. People, my neighbors are getting their fire insurance canceled, and we're on a street. And we are not near a mountain. And all these little dirt lots are in canyons. I wouldn't put my parents or an enemy there with the way the fires swoop around here in Santa winds. So I'm listening to all this, and I'm hearing this gentleman talk about these villas and this and that, and never ever came up. And I would go in there every month and get a sheet. I'd always get a sheet on pricing, and I'd ask Janae, what's going on? I go, what's going on with these garden homes? Oh, well, and I swear to goodness, I think these people are just told to say whatever you need to do. It's like this sequence of lies. And I kept noticing this, and my friends bought the model. They went through so much rigmarole with KB Homes in the lies and the numbers and the this and the that, and you can have this and you can have that. They had people coming and I listened to this and I said, oh my God, I'm so happy I bought May of 2019, but now it's a new development being proposed to us. And how is it that they had high-end cookie-cutter homes that get built on the super lots? I talked to Jack, the guy who sold me the house. He goes, oh no, KB could put these high-end homes. And I said, let me know, because I know people who want it. I have a background in real estate. So every time I would ask about it, well, he got canned. Then there's another guy, he got fired. And then this tail girl who did the tail end of the sales to get it closed up would just, she hated seeing me because I'd ask questions and she would have to talk out of her left and her right. And I thought, so hearing all this in fire canyons where you can't even get insurance is an actual serious problem. My neighbor next door just got canceled, and he's on a residential street with white bark in a mountain. You're gonna go and put these villas in canyons. You guys ought to go drive the development. You ought to go up our hill. and see one way out. I have to have a fire plan. And all of a sudden, I got to worry about elderly people, and that's bullshit. And I'm sick of the bullshit that I'm getting from just living in this life. And now KB's one of them. I would go to the meetings, and I say to him, why isn't there a snake fence around that park? I wrote a letter to the president and everyone on the board and said, you're telling us we have to have a 3-foot snake fence on these lattice wall fences, and you have a park that you put all this money into with no covering for kids to burn, and there's no snake fence? Oh, it's going to cost $8,000. I said to I don't know the gentleman with the white hair, I said, why don't you put the snake fence? You have a reputation. You've been building homes for over 30 years. I've gone into so many models when I was in my 20s because I loved real estate. This KB, I thought, oh, this is a great builder, but you know what? They have a problem with ethics. And I am done with the country with ethics, and now it's in my development. So you guys have a chance to say, no go.
Okay, thank you very much.
you.
Your time's up. Okay, so the hearing is now closed, and we'll start taking comments from the council. And we're going to start with Councilmember Judge.
I've been on the council since 2010. Been dealing with this complex and this development since then. There were several councils before me that have been dealing with Runkle Canyon for a long time. I'm with the homeowners here. I want to see it done. We've extended you. We bought you out of your affordable agreement. All that stuff happened. It's like, okay, you keep you keep moving the goalposts down the line. I can't see anything that these people have talked about that would change my mind. Yeah, I mean, let's get it done. Just finish the thing.
Councilmember Litzner.
I will say that if this had come from the very beginning, designed this way, it would be very nice. But I really struggle with the fact that homeowners have been told one thing, and that's what they purchased with expectations. And so I think that commitment is very important. And so that's my struggle, that I think that there were expectations made and promised, and so it's important to honor that. Now, as far as senior development, it's important. The fact that you have I think if you build what has been indicated, what I heard is that it just won't be as financially profitable. But as I look at it, well, that sounds like it's more affordable for seniors because there's not a lot of condo senior development that I'm aware of for purchase in Simi Valley as well. So personally, it may not be as profitable, but if you don't lose money with it, I would really encourage you to go forward with what is already intended, because we need that senior housing. And I think it would be lovely for the entire community. I mean, we've certainly listened to all of your concerns, and I think that it is a beautiful community. That I drove it myself yesterday just to see how narrow the streets were and to see how beautiful it was. And it is a lovely area of our community, and we know that we want it to stay that way. There are lots of concerns. I do think KB Homes can make it right, but I think maybe you need to work within the constraints of what has been already promised. And so if that means those condos become townhomes that are 2 stories, or if it means that you build 1-story villas there and sell the estate lots individually, which is what I would strongly encourage, because my sense is that there's a market and they'd be snapped up immediately, in fact, by many of the people that are here, and I think they'd be built very quickly. But going back to the senior development, I think if that was made 2-story townhomes, whatever, and find a way to configure it, maybe you could cut costs, but I think it still could be done. I have confidence because I know you can do good building. As I've listened to this, I have just too many concerns about going from estate lot to medium density. I don't think the case has been made that it truly is in the best interest of this community, and so for that reason, I cannot support this right now.
Councilmember Luevanos.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank everyone for coming out tonight. I've been in your shoes. I've been waiting in the audience for hours and hours to speak, so I want to thank you all personally for coming out and engaging in your local government. Thank you for coming out and for being patient and staying here this long. I truly appreciate your involvement. And as I sit here, you know, our job is to think of the entire community. Our job is to make sure that we provide housing for the entire community. And the fact is that we do have an aging population. The fact is that I know we only had one speaker who came saying, this is the kind of home that I want to buy. But the truth is that I got several calls and several emails from people who said, who have been telling me for years and years that this is exactly what they're looking for, and there is nothing available. The few duplexes that we do have, they're old, they're aging, and they're selling like hotcakes, if they're available at all. And I know, because you know, I know seniors that have been waiting 4, 5, 6 years to be able to buy something like this, to be able to buy a single-story home. And like Ms. Freeman, they don't want to live in an apartment or a condo or a townhome, or a mobile home. They want to live in a single-story family home. This will enable us as a community, if we build these, it will enable those who are in senior homes, large homes, and they're done raising their families, to size down and make those larger homes available for families that want to move here. So, you know, the fact that we have a home rehab program here in the city that is funded shows that we do have seniors that, you know, the large homes, it's too much for them. And yes, they would be willing to pay the HOA dues and the senior HOA dues because it's a convenience to them, you know, to not have to pay a gardener and, you know, the gym, to have it all rolled into one and know that someone's going to take care of your home and the landscaping and the road. That's something that we need to consider. We need to consider the seniors. And for 55, you know, that was something I looked at when I first moved here 20 years ago. You know, I said, oh, I like that home. And my husband said, you can't live there. We're too young. That's only for 55 and up. And so, you know, we have to consider that. We have to consider also that there is no research study anywhere that shows that, you know, having a brand new home built next to yours devalues your home. If anything, it makes your home values go up. I know your homes will be worth more with, you know, a home next to it than having an empty lot. And that is my concern, is that it won't be built, that there'll just be empty lots sitting there. And again, to make sure that we have homes for our seniors, homes that are accessible to them. We do have special needs population. You know, some of our seniors are, you know, are in wheelchairs, or they just have health issues where they can't, you know, go upstairs. So I know that's something that I've heard over the years several times. And we do know that new homes increase property values, even smaller homes at higher property values increase property values. So I know that your homes will not be devalued. I know that we'll be meeting the needs of the entire community. And I know that it will be helping our seniors. So I'm in favor of making sure that we have housing, especially for our special needs population, and that includes our seniors. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of major concerns in the fact that there is and was and is a development agreement that doesn't seem to have been completed. Normally, I'm favorable in a pre-screen because it really gives the applicant, the developer, an opportunity to listen to what the city council wants, listen to what the community wants. But in this case, I don't think they're ever going to be able to work with the community members and get a solution to the situation. And I would have felt a little bit better if the senior center or the senior apartments had been even started. But I mean, I know the grading and the electric and all that is, but there's been no building there. So I can't promise that it's ever going to be there at this point in time. It would have been a little bit more beneficial to have already seen that. We do need senior housing. I agree with that. I am in the over 55. I do have a single one-story house, and so I will stay there. But my mother's 80 years old living in a single one-story house. So, you know, the housing I know is a tight market in Simi Valley. That's because everyone wants to live here. because it's a great place to live. And I want to continue to keep it to be a great place to live. But I really have one problem with switching things around. You know, you can't change the rules in the middle of the game. And if you buy a house next to a school, the school's there, you knew it, you're going to hear kids, I don't want you to complain. But if you buy a house and you're told this is what's going to be built there and that gets switched, that's just not right. So in this particular, in this particular case, I'm not in favor of approving the pre-screen. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'd like to start off by saying the presentation by the developer I thought was quite nice. When you look at it, and please understand I don't live in your neighborhood, and I'm very aware of that. So, but looking at it, I'm going, yeah. And I agree with Elaine Freeman, the speaker, when she said, boy, that's exactly what I would like in a retirement home, is a smaller, single-story, blah, 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 in a beautiful neighborhood. The list goes on and on and on. And then I have to say, as nice as it was, and I think the artist's conception of what it's going to look like, whether it be the multi-story building or the villas, I was impressed with all of that. But then I remembered Big Sky, and they have those lots up there, the executive lots. And I happen to have two friends that are in the process of building on one each on one of those lots. So they're building, they're buying, and the neighborhood in Runkle Ranch is, in my opinion, every bit as nice as the Big Sky neighborhood. So I'm going, wow, I wonder how it works up there, but not down here. And then I have to take another look at something. My job up here is to represent you. And the only way I would go against such a loud voice of what you want is if it was harmful to this city, if your desire was negative on the city. But I look at this and I don't see the city getting hurt in general in any way. So I feel, regardless of what I think about the project, either way, my duty is to represent you. And I heard one voice tonight that spoke in favor. And therefore, based on this is your community, it's your very neighborhood, and I'm your representative, and I'm going to follow what you're asking this representative to do. I do want to take a moment to read a statement, actually 3 statements out of the general plan. The 1.6 dwelling units per acre density would be closer to the specific plan's medium and moderate land use designation, which was meant to be within the central portion of the project's valley floor, and therefore would not be consistent with the original intent of the general plan and the approved specific plan for Runkle Canyon. Secondly, a majority of the state lots from the Whiteface, Big Sky, and Wood Ranch specific plan have been built. By authorizing the applicant to move forward with a formal application to change the land use designation, this amendment has the potential to negatively impact the city, as residents desiring such types of properties would not be able to relocate to the city and promote industry and commerce. Additionally, having future residents occupy the estate lots would provide opportunities for custom executive housing that could potentially help promote retention and expansion of existing businesses, thus increasing their employment and sales capacity within the city, and also promote the relocation of new businesses to the city, thus again providing more employment and sales opportunity. I read that for, I want it to be on the record. So with that, we can move forward.
Can I make motion?
What? Yeah, we do need a motion.
I move to deny general plan pre-screening request GPPS-2021-0001.
Second.
Yeah, motion second, call for the vote. It's, yes. Yeah, we almost got mixed up.
Motion to deny passes with Councilmember Luevanos voting no.
Okay, with probably many of you folks are tired, going to be leaving and making a little bit of noise on the way out, so we'll take like 5 minutes before we get to the public comments. So 5-minute recess.
check and guess who our speakers are.
Gotta guess which one.
Speaker.
Okay, we're gonna postpone 5A until tomorrow evening. Okay, sorry.
Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, next item on the agenda is item 5, public statements. This is the time for public statements on all items other than public hearings, appointments, and informational reports. All comments submitted by email have already been provided to the City Council. However, they will not be read by the City Clerk this evening. Speakers will be called on in the order in which their card was submitted, followed by speakers via Zoom who registered by 3:30 p.m. today to speak during this public statement, item number 5. Persons addressing the City Council are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. Council members cannot respond to your questions during this time. However, may offer a response to the extent possible under Agenda Item 5A. Mr. Mayor, unless you have any comments, we will begin public statements.
No comments, ready for the first speaker.
The first speaker is Joe Pachowski.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. In the interest of time, let's just call it a night.
Are you serious?
I am serious. I am.
Well, thank you,
It's
sir.
going to take like 3 hours.
Next speaker,
It's not when I
please.
turned in my card.
Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, next item on the agenda is item 5A, City Council comments regarding public statements.
I think that was already done.
That was it? No other speakers?
Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 6, the consent calendar. There are no resolutions for your consideration this evening.
Okay, does anybody want to pull any items on the consent calendar?
Mayor, I'd like to pull,
Three, you know, we could pull them, we can just do them all.
Mayor, can I just pull item 2? I just have a question,
Okay,
quick question.
with which one? Oh, yeah.
Consent item 2.
Look, I'm looking at Councilmember Litster.
Don't look at me, it's not me.
Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead. Number 2?
Yes.
Why don't we go ahead and just ask the question now and we'll move on.
Yes, who do I ask? You're going to come up here, Ron?
Well, yeah, one
Brian?
of us will take a
Who
shot
do
at
who
it.
do I ask?
Fire away.
Okay. Can you explain the increase of $5 million in expenditures for water?
Sure. So when we create the budget for water, it's only an estimate on how much water we believe our citizens and businesses are going to use, and the cost it will take to buy that water from Callegas Municipal Water District. Last year, we just underestimated the amount of water that was going to be purchased. Despite conservation efforts, there was a little bit of an uptick in water by the residents of the community, and that just wasn't anticipated. We are made whole on the water. Whatever we purchase it for, we recover those costs from the end user. So there isn't an additional cost to the city. It was just an underestimate of the amount of water we needed to purchase.
Are we continuing our educational efforts to the community for water conservation? Because I know that across the state, across the region, the state, and the country, and the world, they're talking about fresh water shortage. So I just want to make sure that we are continuing that effort so that we don't, have, I know it's not like $5 million coming out of the general fund, but I just want to make sure that that's included so that people are aware that there are drought conditions, and we do have to be careful of what we spend, because if we underestimate it by $5 million, that's a lot of money.
Well, we are continuing all of our water conservation efforts. They haven't really stopped since the previous drought, which probably never really ended. But we continue that. We're continuing to put information in our e-newsletters, both the business and the residents. We have ads in the Acorn that we work with the Callegas Municipal Water District on. So we are continuing our education of the public of the need to conserve water. And I suspect that's going to ramp up as the months go on and we are into the hot weather and no prospects of rain in sight.
And then I just have one more request, if I may.
But can I just also respond to your question? I just thought, because I would speculate that also this was during COVID and more people were home, and so there were more people in their homes to use water than normally be out working elsewhere. So I think that also contributed. And isn't it true that the water costs themselves went up just a bit as well?
Water costs went up, the Cayugas water costs went up.
So
You're
those,
absolutely right. There were people
I'm sorry,
that
those
were-
two things, I think, it was not just
We
conservation.
did, like I said, we did see an
really
uptick in water usage, and that we believe that had a lot to do with it, as people were home, so they were using more water.
So can I just make a request? Can we, from whoever can get me the report and for the entire city council, can we get a breakdown of where there was an increase in water usage, whether it was residential or business or both? Is there any way we can do
You have
that?
that broken down?
Can we get that? No, not tonight, but in the future, like, can you email it to us?
Not sure if it's residential and business, but we'll have to go back. We'll get you what we can.
Okay.
We do have a history of water usage, that I know we have.
Okay.
So we're
So
more
we
happy
can
to.
get whatever explains what her question is.
Yeah, I don't know if we've broken it down to residential versus commercial, but we'll dig and see what we can come up with.
Okay, thank
More than
you.
happy to send that on to the council.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
May I move to approve the consent calendar items 1 through 3?
I'll second.
Okay, motion and a second. Call for the vote. We're moving as fast as Joe.
Motion passes unanimously. Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, there are no items this evening under Item 7, Continued Business, or Item 8, New Business. Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, next on the agenda is Item 9A, City Council Member Reports.
Okay, we'll start with Councilmember Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My calendar should be brief. On Wednesday, July 28th, I was not able to attend, but I did want to publicly congratulate Copy King on their 25 years of business here in Simi Valley. I know not the chamber, but I know they had a celebration at their location, and a lot of people did show up to say thank you to them. Also, before I get any further on this, I also wanted to wish the Simi Valley Police Department a happy 50th anniversary. I see the chief here, and I did quote something in the paper. They did quote me correctly too, so that was good. So I just wanted to say congratulations on that. Let's see here's to another 50 years. On Wednesday, August 4th, I attended the Michael Clark Memorial out in front of the police station. Mike Clark was a cop that actually worked the division where I'm currently stationed right now, before he came over here to Simi Valley, and that was a very tragic night for the city of Simi Valley. Day, I should say, because it happened during the day. That's the end of my report.
Okay, Councilmember Litster.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be relatively brief as well. On July 29th, I appreciated having a brief phone meeting consultation with the manager, our city manager, Brian Gabler. Thank you for being always available. I appreciate that. I, too, on August the 4th, attended the Michael Clark Memorial. Says celebration, but it truly is not. It's a memorial. So it's recognition is what it is of the loss of a valiant servant. And I appreciate the remarks that were made there, and the reminder to all in attendance that you never know when you serve in that line of duty what might befall you, and it truly is a sacrifice. And so my thanks to all of our police force here in Simi Valley and our first responders, but much appreciative of their efforts and sacrifice, which in Michael Clark's case was the ultimate sacrifice. So thank you for commemorating his passing on the actual anniversary of August 4th, 26 years ago, and I think we need to continue that recognition. On Thursday, August the 5th, I had opportunity to visit with different developers I visited with the developers that are looking at the Garrity Group of updating, putting a mixed-use development on the Santa Susana Plaza. I visited with Councilmember Levenos, and I had that consultation, and it does seem some good thinking and opportunities for our community is being placed in that development. I also had the opportunity of visiting with festival companies about Simi Valley Town Center later in that day about some of their desires and plans. I think it's worthy to note that 2 weeks ago they closed on the final piece of that puzzle in terms of financially owning that whole block, both Macy's and the interior mall, and so they have some good ideas, and I know that they'll come forward when it's appropriate and present that, and we'll have that discussion soon. On Friday, August the 6th, I joined with Mayor Pro Tem Kavanaugh, and we visited with some potential buyers for the Yosemite 118 property and discussed some of their uses and what would or would not be appropriate there. And that's really about it for my 2 weeks, although I did mention yesterday driving the Runkle Canyon property. So that concludes my report.
Okay, Councilmember Levenos.
Thank you, Mayor. My report is really short as well. On Thursday, August 5th, I did attend a briefing on the mixed-use development proposed for Santa Susana Plaza. Really exciting to see stuff happening on the east side of Simi Valley, finally, yay. So I'm excited about that. Saturday, August 7th, unfortunately, I was unable to attend the COVID memorial at the library, but I do appreciate that there was a recognition. I know in my family alone, we've lost 9 family members, and multiple family members who are in the healthcare industry have been impacted by that. So I want to thank the Simi Valley Public Library for having that service in the Rose Garden and acknowledging all those of us who have lost friends and family to COVID. So I want to thank them for that. And I did manage to catch the tail end of the CPA board meeting on Thursday, August 5th, where they talked about the priorities that focus on climate change, reliability, resiliency, and electrification. Those are all priorities of the Clean Power Alliance to address the issues of climate change. As you know, we have the second largest wildfire ever in the history of the country, the Dixie Fire. That is only 20% contained. So we will continue to do our work with renewable energy and make sure that we address the issue of climate change as much as we can. And that's my report, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Kavanaugh.
Mine's like 2 months worth since I missed the last meeting, but I will go very, 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 very quick and skip over some stuff. One of the important things I had done on June 30th, I attended the retirement luncheon for Mark Johnson from Rancho Simi Recreation and Park District, 28 years on the board. He's going to be very, very, very hard to replace. That gentleman did more for our park district and our soccer fields and our soccer foundation than anyone will ever know. On Thursday, July 1st, I attended the Simi Valley Police Department's 50th anniversary barbecue that hosted by the Simi Valley Police Foundation. Nice turnout, and the food was good. Wednesday, July 7th, I had the EDC Executive Board meeting. And Thursday, July 8th, I met over the phone with the recruiter for our city attorney position. July 15th, we had our regular full-time EDC meeting. Again, those of you that need any assistance business-wise, edcollaborative.org. Yeah. .gov. I did this one right. Go to their website. They're constantly having information available, webinars, free service, free assistance, all kinds of stuff. It's worth the look and worth the checking it out, or even worth a call. I've referred quite a lot of people from there. Friday, July 6th, I met with the Ventura County Professional Firefighters Association, just for a real quick update meeting. Sunday, July 18th was the 50th anniversary of the Simi Valley Police Department. Oh, they had the open house. That was wonderful. I brought my soon-to-be two-year-old grandson. He was just upset he couldn't climb on the fire trucks, but he got to climb in the SWAT vehicle and everything else. His favorite thing was the golf cart that DSW has. That was his favorite thing. But there were a lot of kids there. Really enjoyed it. I mean, people were just having a great time. The department did a great job on that, Chief. And let's see. Then I was on vacation for the 22nd through the 28th. As Councilmember Luevano said, there are wildfires. I was in Tahoe. We got hit with the tamarack smoke and the smoke from the Dixie fire. So it was pretty heavy up there. So everyone be careful if you're traveling up in those areas. On August 2nd, I met with the Garrity Group, also with the mayor via Zoom. And on August 6th, I also met with Councilmember Litster on Zoom with the other developers for the Santa Susana area, or Tapo Street, Santa Susana. And on August 7th, I did attend the Hearts for COVID walk that was organized by Amanda Wilson, whose son Braden was lost to COVID-related CMRS, I believe it was. We had a very nice turnout. For the walk itself, we had County Supervisor Linda Parks and County Supervisor Carmen Ramirez come. And then we went to the Simi Valley Library at 6 o'clock, and Kelly Bealey and her team did a wonderful job organizing that. We had our youth council members ushering and being greeters and such there. And we had a nice turnout in the Rose Garden. Congresswoman Julia Brownlee attended. We had 3 families speak, Amanda, her mom, and then Amanda and her mom spoke about Braden. We had 2 other people speak that one had lost a father and one had lost a husband. So it was very heartwarming to have people there to grieve with you or to become happier with you and to talk about things. But it was a very, very heart-wrenching parts of it. But at the same time, I left with a really good feeling after being able to talk to those families and say thank you and I'm sorry. And they really felt good sharing their stories. And I believe it's in the Ventura County Star. So if you want to look at everything that happened, it's there. And that's the end of my report, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Myself, let's see. On Wednesday, July 28th, I want to congratulate Copy King for their 25 years in business. And on Thursday, the July 29th, I delivered their recognition certificate for what was supposed to be delivered on the 28th. But we got it there. I'd like to congratulate the police department. I was out of town, but for the 50th anniversary, way to go, Chief. I've heard nothing but good things about the day, the entire day. On Friday, July 30th, met with Glenn Becerra, and he's bringing some ideas to the community that is something we may be involved in the future, and I want to thank Glenn for doing that, thinking of us, even though he's not here on the dais anymore. Monday, August 2, met with the Garrity Group with Mayor Pro Tem Kavanaugh and discussed the Santa Susana Plaza, the mixed use and what they're talking about doing there. And on Wednesday, August 4th, this year, I was able to attend the Michael Clark Memorial Celebration. If you remember, Dee Dee, I think it was last year, you and I ended up going out to the gravesite. We did. Because we missed due to COVID, I think it was.
Yes.
Yeah, so we went out there. I also met same day with John Lapper, and we had a good discussion on fireworks within the city and the enforcement of such. And then same day, later in the day, I met with Miss Acosta, who's a Royal High student, senior, who wants to build a greenhouse there. And so we discussed the greenhouse and as a project that she's doing. And I recommended to her to get the approval of the school administrators for the actual placement of it, and that we would be supportive and lead her to potential people that would donate to that project. But I advised her that probably the best thing to do is first get permission to build it on a particular site, because with our luck, if she has luck like I do, we'd build it and then they'd say, oh, you can't build it there. So anyway, a very interesting young lady that's trying to do something good for the community and for the country, and I'm eager to help her out. I think that was it. Yes, it is. Okay, so the next item is future agenda items.
Mayor, I have two requests.
Okay,
I would like to have a speaker come and speak with regard to the impending water shortage, specifically because it's something that we're going to have to deal with sooner rather than later. So looking at what are some plans or ideas or what we're going to do if this drought continues. And we are on the Water District Board, so I'd like us to think a little more long-term besides a year.
yes, I'll second that with you, because when you brought it up earlier, I was thinking that maybe it's time to get ahead of the curve and start now, and rather than wait for the panic. Any others?
And the second, I'm not sure if it's an agenda item or if it's something that the city manager is already working on, but I know other cities have had climate change plans. I would like us to be a part of that. I know we're already doing some things, like we have solar panels and things like that, but I would like us to have a comprehensive, robust climate change plan, something to address climate change. I know we're going to do the Cal Recycle program, but I'd like to see something that's encompassing of all the things that we're doing together. So
We have a green action plan that I'm more than happy to provide you a copy of it.
okay, that'd be wonderful.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay,
I actually have one encouragement. I think we've talked about it in the past, but I'd like to get a report from Waste Management. I have had some concerns now with two different people about some of the different things that have been potentially being dumped in that area. And so I personally would like to have a little more information in a public setting, where we can ask questions.
are you talking like have a waste management representative come in?
I would like that.
Give a,
Yes.
okay, because, with the presentation tonight, that might be a good idea too, because I'm sure that's going to have an impact when they're doing the organic dumping. I don't know what the right terminology is, but.
Well,
unfunded mandate, yeah, exactly.
what we can do is we can invite Waste Management to do a presentation on landfill operations.
I would
which
appreciate,
lead into,
yeah.
I think, where you're headed off.
Okay,
Yes, thank you.
okay. Tonight,
I'll second that.
there
Mayor.
you go. There's 2 seconds. City manager, would you second that?
I will make it happen.
Okay, I don't know the details, but adjourn tonight, excuse me, in memory of Kern County Deputy Sheriff Philip Campus. And the next name I have down, I think most of you will recognize, a longtime resident of Simi Valley, Dale Honsinger. Dale passed away this last week. He is kind of an icon in the music world. You can't name a famous country singer or band that he didn't play with as one of their musicians at some time or another. I mean, Willie Nelson, Alan Jackson, the list just goes on and on and on. And he was a local guy. And the other thing about the Honsinger family is they ran the cemetery, Simi Valley Cemetery, for 20-some years, and Dale actually lived at the house there, and that was always great fun to go to his house for parties and stuff and hang out at the cemetery. It just seemed a little strange, but his family was the family that did a great job of running the cemetery, so don't connect it with the later years where they had some issues. And his son is Justin Honsinger, who does a lot of singing here locally and stuff. So anyway, so long, Dale. The other one is we're going to adjourn in memory of Wayne Evans. Most of you will remember Wayne. He was a former neighborhood council member, and I don't know if we'd want to call him a gadfly, but he tried keeping everybody honest, even when they weren't dishonest. He was there to make sure. And Wayne then left this area and went to Florida and passed away back in Florida. Also, in memory of George Upadek, and he was a former neighborhood council member and Citizens Police Academy member, and he passed away. And then just in the last couple of days, I learned that one of our local firefighters, he was an engineer at Station 45, which is down by First Street for many, many years, Condi Blackwood. He retired just 3 years ago, and I think it was yesterday, the day before, Condi passed away. And so we lost one of our firefighters that had just recently retired. So with that, we close in memory of those folks and wish their families the best. And of course, the certificate will go out to each of them. And with that, we're adjourned.